liable to have a malfunction on here. Just gonna be honest. Things happen. Things happen. Nonetheless, it's been a while. I'm here. How are you all? Let me get out of some of this stuff so I didn't slow my computer down even more. I'm just going through some things to make sure everything's loaded. I gotta go through Rumble, gotta go through Facebook, YouTube, all that good stuff. Facebook's live right now, so we're good on that. We're good on Facebook. We're live. All right, we're live on Facebook. Let's check YouTube. I'm gonna use my phone for that one. I hope all is well on this special election day. I hope you all can hear me. Be uberly embarrassing that no one can hear me right now. So we're gonna play around a little bit and make sure that I'm actually coming through. Live on Facebook. Oh, and I can hear myself, so we're doing good also on that. All right. Now, I could have came on here extra clean and cleaned up. I tried to go to the barber shop today, and my barber went to go vote, and then he had to go do a whole bunch of other stuff, and then I went later, tried to get cut up, and then my son got his head cleaned up, and then I had to come back home, had to deal with something, so I couldn't get my hair cut. So I'm in here looking like a deplorable right now, looking like I'm feral and shit. I assure you that this looks better normally. So just give me a second. I'm going through all my stuff right now. We got sound on 2 out of 3. I think I'm on Twitch tonight. I think. I can't remember. Hopefully Rumble's working. If not, we just gonna suck it up. Hey, all the way from Australia. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, so I'm checking my Rumble right now. Give me a second. I'm going through the motions. While I'm doing this, there you go. Listen to them talk for a second.
One of those Democrats who stands a very good chance of losing his seat. And again, as we said, at this moment, a 50-50 Senate, that becomes 51-49 Republicans if Sherrod Brown cannot hang on to win a third straight term.
The last of those states where voting is closing at this hour is North Carolina.
I think I'm live on Rumble. Yes, I am.
Talking about it, we can see it with its other battleground friends here on this map. Again, remind us, when do you think we'll start to see some information coming in from North Carolina?
North Carolina tends to be among the earlier states, the quicker states to count its votes. Now, how
Hey, come on in. So I got to give a brief understanding of why I've been gone. We're going to talk about that.
Great job actually conducting.
We're going to talk about why I've been gone for a while. Give me a second. I'm making sure everything's loaded up. Everything looks good. I'm just going to check my Rumble sound. You're going to hear it in the background. Just give me a second.
Soon. Thank you all for...
Yep, we're good to go. All right. We're good to go. We're live on all platforms, baby. This is the Daily Rabbit Hole. This is the Deep State Talk Show. Special coverage for the presidential election. Who's gonna run us into the ground for another 4 damn years? It's like getting in a bad relationship. Keep getting beat, but you keep coming back talking about, I love them. They treat me so well. They've been there for me. And yet they're beating you across the head and like emotionally abusing you every chance they get. That's kind of what this is. Is that a bit bleak? Yeah, kind of, but America. So, all right. Let me make sure. Cut that down. All right. So let me cut that down. So here we go. Listen. All right. So you guys are probably wondering where I've been, right? So for the last month and a half, I go through something called Tarlov cyst, or I deal with something called Tarlov cyst. So what they are is essentially I have fluid-filled sacs filled with cerebral spinal cord fluid wrapped around my nerve endings in my back, if that makes sense, right? So what happens is all my movements, anything neurological, light, sound, movement, exercise, anything that exerts me or I exert myself with, it makes me sick. I get really bad back spasms. I tend to have to lay down or I lose all my range of motion. So that's why I've been gone for a while. Plus, staring into light is not really helpful for me anymore. It bothers me, it gives me headaches. So that's why I had to take some time off from this because, again, sitting in front of my computer, doing this, all of this stuff, it was just getting to me and it was becoming too much. So for me, I took the time off to kind of get myself back together, and I wanted to come back before then, but election time made sense, and here I am. All right, so that's kind of why I've been gone. Now, to understand what I'm talking about, like I said, in your tailbone there is a bone, or the tailbone. It's the sacral region of your spine. In between my L5 and my S1, I have a fleshy, fluid-filled sac of cysts on my nerve endings. How long have they been there? I'm not entirely sure. I've been dealing with this actual pain and issue for 7 years, so maybe sometime before that, but on record, I got it for 7. All right. So that's why I tend to not be on here as much. Like I said, looking in the light, moving, all that stuff, it just doesn't work in my favor anymore. Example, about 2 weeks ago, I lost my balance. Like, some people call it vertigo, where your equilibrium kind of goes off and it feels like you're drunk. I was like that for 1 week. Couldn't drive, could barely walk, couldn't run, couldn't do anything. I had to lay down. So for me, I have situations like that. So that's why you see me take off. And tonight, as I sit on here longer, you're probably going to see me take off my glasses and put some shades on. Just the light's already kind of beaming in my shit right now. So that's why I always have on, I try to wear my glasses when I'm doing this because I naturally wear glasses. I'm nearsighted, can't see far away. So, but my glasses help me not to focus so hard, like, or strain my eyes to where I create headaches. But even now, as I get older and with time, the body wears down and stuff like that. As I get older, the condition wears on me more. So I'm 39, newly 39. My birthday was last month. Turned 39 and lost all my balance. So that's kind of just what I'm dealing with. I just want to let you guys know I appreciate all the inboxes, all the love, the support, asking me where I've been. I've been here. I'm still in the background watching. I just not as active because some days are good, some days are bad. So just thank you for bearing with me, and let's get on with this show. Election time. All right. Now, let's bring my screen back. Boom, bingo, bango. All right. So we got Trump campaign. I think he's in Mar-a-Lago at his house. And we got Harris, who is at Howard University in D.C. right now, at her school where she graduated. All right. So this is where they've decided to do their D-Day at. This is where we're at. This is election day. I wanted to share a video before I get into it, and it's very fitting. If you're on Rumble, you've already seen the video. For my people on Facebook and YouTube, I'm a V for Vendetta fan. I love that movie, right? See if I can find it. Here it is. Boop. Close that. Before we get started, I'm going to play this because it's very fitting. As we wait on it to load, I'm looking at it on my screen. Ah, don't you do it. Nope, don't start. Take you back, move you over here. Bam, there we go.
Remember, remember the 5th of November, the gunpowder, treason, and plot. I know of no reason why the gunpowder treason should ever be forgotten.
November, the 5th of November. The gunpowder, the treason, and plot. Mm. Here we are, guys. Trump, Kamala, 2024. Everybody's assuming that this shit is going to hit the fan. It's not. It's not going to happen like you think it's going to happen. What I think is going to happen is a very different construct. We're going to get through this process. We've always gotten through these processes. It's nothing new, okay? So Kamala's up. She's been vice president. Her policy is basically build back better. She's running off the old campaign. She really doesn't have an actual process. Trump, who's pretty much promised to take down the quote unquote deep state, is basically made that his policy. And that's what he's been running on. The left is calling him unhinged. The right's calling Kamala unhinged. To be fair, one of the sides were talking about eating cats, and one of the sides said it wasn't true, and a governor in Colorado said it was true, and a senator said it wasn't true. What I'm saying is there's cats involved, and we're all a bag of cats, including both sides that you're voting for. It's a show. It's bread and circus. Now, since you guys have been on here with me, you know me to have covered numerous campaigns. We've covered Trump's campaign. We've covered Kamala's campaign. We watched the DNC, the RNC. We watched when Trump got shot at, became a bona fide gangster in American history. Fist pump, baby blood on the ear, no real wound. We're going to get to that video. We're going to recap what this campaign really was in short time. You know, I got a couple videos just detailing what was going on during all of this, all right? Now, Trump has made it as the basic gangster of America. That has pretty much been his bread and circus, or his bread and butter, excuse me, the whole entire time that he's been doing this, okay? Since he became president, he was the one that basically came out and was like, hey, I'm going to fight for the little people in the deep state, all right? Now, is the deep state a real thing? Maybe. What you're hearing in the background is my wife. I share an office. Just work with me, okay? So Trump himself has made his whole build off stopping the deep state, the evil puppets, Hillary, Obama, and all those people. All right. There you go. How about that volume? You guys hear me? Just a tad bit more volume. There you go. Is that better? So Trump is the gangster of America. All right. Kamala is the shining girl who went to Howard University and worked at McDonald's from a middle-class family. All right. She's made her whole campaign on the idea that she's just like us. She is not just like us. Trump is nothing like us. Nonetheless, they're up for presidential election right now. And as I'm watching the screen, it's still coming out pretty red right now. Kentucky seems very hard on the red. All right. We have, looks like Indiana, Ohio, numbers are coming in. All right. Nonetheless, here you go. Nonetheless, our campaigns have been built on what the American dream is supposed to be: fighting the deep state and being American, or the American dream of the young Indian girl who worked at McDonald's and became district attorney of California or state attorney and ended up becoming vice president and now running for president. Both are very beautiful stories if you look at it at the surface level. I'm not going to front to you. Trump, gleaming playboy of America in the 70s, right? Owned the UFL or USFL, right? Trump Towers, The Apprentice, You're Fired, right? He's always been able to play that role. And he's playing that role now. This is the same man that basically donated to the Clinton campaign in the 90s. He went on Oprah and stated that if he was going to run for president, he would have ran Republican because they were the stupidest group known to man, loosely translated. Okay? Now, Kamala, on the other hand, took the very cultured approach of pandering to black people. Why? Because that's what Democrats do. They pander to people in their rights. You have feminism, you have the whole racism issue, you have the war on Gaza, you have the abortion conversation right now. You see the Democrats wrapping themselves around what they believe Americans want to hear when it comes to our rights and our reproductive rights and abilities and all that stuff. Nonetheless, their big thing is to say we're going to tax the rich and we're going to make sure the little person gets theirs, their little crumbs at the plate. But that's not necessarily what's been happening for us, has it? Inflation is killing us right now. But while inflation is killing us, all major corporations are basically recording record-breaking profits. Sure, that's because of inflation. Right. But whose fault is it? It's a little bit of everyone's fault, if you ask me. But that's just me. All right? I don't like either side. Left wing, right wing, same bird. Who cares? The problems that we have right now are a cluster of years and years and years of gross negligence from all presidents, starting with Bush. And that's just being modest with him. I could go back to the Clinton campaign. We can go back to Bush Sr. We could go back to the Reagans and their cocaine slinging days. Okay? Everyone has a track record of being, quote unquote, some of the greatest presidents in U.S. history with some of the worst blemishes we've known to man. And some of those blemishes do include drugs, genocide, human trafficking, extortion, coup d'etats. You name it, we've done it. America has poured more coups in the world than any other country. We are always in someone else's elections. That is pretty much proven. That's on record. All right? We're going to get into some of these receipts. Don't worry. Because it's election night, we're going to talk about the debacle in 2000 and 2004 with Bush Jr. and his election scandal, where his brother was the governor of Florida, Jeb Bush. You know, that guy. Just so happened that year, they lost, what was it, the ballots. Bush got elected. Happened again the second time. Nobody said nothing. And we speed all the way up. And you have the CrowdStrike incident and the FBI investigation into the Russian collusion case, which FBI proved that there was no Russian collusion. Now, Biden won the presidency, and Trump came out with the same what? Cheat, cheat, cheat. Someone's stealing from me. The election was rigged. Listen, the election has always been rigged. Election has been rigged for some time. Last president that got in that was worth the shit, they shot him. And I'm not talking about Reagan. I'm definitely not talking about Reagan. I'm definitely not Ronald Reagan. No, I'm not talking about Ronald. I'm talking about Kennedy. That's why RFK Jr. was in this year. And what he ran off of? He ran off his family legacy of trying to fight the deep state. You guys see how that got played in with Trump? He handed all his votes to him. See, this election campaign is a popularity contest. So they stand in front of us. Think about this, right? So let's, hear me out. Let's get weird. Let's get weird, okay? Hear me out. When you guys are watching, when we are watching the Republican National Convention in the DNC and all these debates, think about it like this. We think that they're talking to us and telling us how they're going to run America, but that's not what's happening. They're actually interviewing for a job right now. So they're interviewing to be president of the corporation called the United States, not the United States of America. Those are two different entities, okay? Now, when you go before an interview and you do your interview process, think about like when you joined a sorority or fraternity. You had to go before the leaders of the sorority and the fraternity, and you do an interview process to get into this group, because this group is going to give you so many luxuries and things in life that you need, right? Right. Okay, you're following me. So as a president of a corporation, you have to go before the board. Who's the board? Well, most people would think the Senate or the Congress or hell, the Supreme Court. Or it's some of us who are naive, we thought it was us, the people. No, that's not who they're talking to. No, that's not exactly who we're talking to, okay? We're talking to, well, they're talking to the corporations, the real puppeteers, the people that you don't see behind the scenes. You've heard the names. The Rockefellers, the Rothschilds, the DuPonts, the Orsinis, the Medicis, the Order of the Malta, all these little secret societies and families, right? We are under the understanding or thought that these people or the corporations are running these groups. Trilateral Commission, the Bohemian Grove, all right? Your simple world leaders are the ones they're interviewing to be put up as the president of the next of the corporation, or the next president of the corporation to the world. That's why we are the leaders of the free world. The free world is not us. Do you feel free? I mean, that social security number go everywhere. You got this thing in your pocket called a cell phone that got a GPS in it. I mean, you got to get a driver's license, a hunting license. You got to get a barber's license, which is harder than being a cop or becoming a cop. You have to get all these licenses and warrants and pieces of paper to just breathe. We are paying for water. It comes out of the sky. We are paying. We're paying for electricity. They're generating free electricity and making us pay for it. Do you feel free? The free world are the elite. The free world is not us. We are not the free world. See, we think that they're talking to us. They are not talking to us. Stop thinking they're talking to you. They're not. They're interviewing. And when you interview, what do? You get all dressed up. You get your Sunday hair like Kamala. You pull out your best spray tan like Trump. Spray that shit everywhere. Orange everywhere. And you get on stage and you make a fucking buffoonery of the United States of America and make us look like the most incompetent group of leadership known to man. But to some people who believe in this charade or this bread and circus, it looks like one's better than the other. Two-party system, right? Left and right, red and blue, Coke and Pepsi. The NFL and the USFL. They're the same thing, but they're packaged a little different. Americans, we think that this shit is completely normal. It is not completely normal. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Maybe the human trafficking, maybe the weird stories from our leaders in certain instances of selling drugs to Americans, or maybe warmongering, just a tad bit too much. We always find it coincidental that when we have a natural disaster in America, it's all the Americans need to call each other and donate your money to these causes. But I swear to God, as soon as Zelensky's begging ass came to the UN, we're like, 8 billion actual cash value. This is also not including cell phones, food stamps, free medical care. The conversation was voting rights. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just saying that was the conversation. And in Illinois, they wanted to allow constitutional carry for illegal migrants. That's true. You can check that. That case is still going on in Illinois right now. Check it. Right? Do any of us see anything wrong with what I just said? This is what I'm talking about when we say our leadership is not working in our favor because they're interviewing for the free world of the elite. This is why Kamala brought up Cardi B. This is why, what's his face? Trump brought in Jason Aldean. Don't try that in a small town. See, they understand marketing and social engineering, so they know that they can pretty much throw a rock with any ad, and y'all are going to relate to it based on your emotions and what you're going through. See, that's marketing, and I love it. I love marketing. I was a business major. A lot of things you're going to learn about me. I started off as a business major. I wanted to be a lawyer. I end up not wanting to do that. I'm in sports. Here I am today talking to you about the damn deep state. Life throws you a curveball, you catch that bitch. That's kind of where I'm at. I ride my motion like my motion rides me. Okay? No Diddy. Right? So, even with all this said, they played the part so everyone can get involved, right? So if you guys watch the DNC, I watched the DNC and we covered the DNC some months ago, right? Remember who all came out? John Legend, Obama's, Hillary, all the people that we're seeing on these quote unquote lists. Oprah came out, right? All these people, okay? I want to say this. The same people coming out on these stages with these presidential nominees on both sides, to some extent, I'm not saying Trump is on the list because Trump was not on the list, but he is in the pictures with Epstein. He was an associate of Epstein. I'm not saying he's guilty, but I'm saying, God damn it, if you hanging around that man, you know something. Okay? Let's not be naive. So, with that said, the same people that were on that list and the same people that are on Diddy's list are the same people at the Democratic National Convention. And the same people in the Republican Party. Not Trump, but there's some others floating around there. Let's not act like Matt Gaetz does not have an underage case going on right now for the last 4 years. See, I'm not partisan or bipartisan. I don't give a fuck about partisanship. I want the country fixed, damn it. I'm tired of dealing with this. It's like waking up in a fucking nightmare every day. And it's like a good nightmare. It's like it has its good days. And then you're like, oh shit. You turn on the TV or you read the news or you talk to another breathing human being and all they're doing is regurgitating everything that's being spat out to them. And you're like, fuck, I'm going back in the house. Make you want to shell up and not talk to nobody, right? So the same people, John Legend, the Obamas, Clintons, any of the big callers, the big hitters from the Democratic Party are the same people on the Epstein-Klein list. And they are the same people on the Diddy freak-off list. You know why? Because Oprah goes to that. Obama is in video with Diddy, Democratic National Convention, when he was running for president. Guess who Obama was all on camera with? Take that, take that. Yeah, why? Because it's a big party and we're not invited. You've heard of that saying before, right? We're the only ones not invited to the party. We keep thinking that they're talking to us. For God's sakes, people, they're not talking to us. They're talking to themselves. The rich people. The people who actually matter in their mind. Not saying we don't matter. We do matter. But you know what the problem is? The education system has watered us down. Fluoride in the water has made us docile. The fact that people actually think that left and the right are different is just dumbfounding by itself alone. At this point, they could come out right now and say the most honest shit, like, yeah, we've actually been drugging you with fluoride. And they came out and said it, and no one will bat an eye. Everyone will be like, it wasn't in my water. Bullshit. It's in everybody's water. It's been in your water since like the 50s. So if you're watching me for the first time, understand something. I'm like Ron Burgundy. I like my scotch. I like to drink. I like to smoke on TV. Like an old CNN anchor back in the day, old news anchor, right? When they used to get on there, take a sip, like Larry King, take a sip of his drink, his cigar, and get that little ugly, sniveling fucking face formed on TV. You know why I said it like that? And he asked the hard questions. And the population would be sitting here like, oh, he's so legendary. This man is a whole horrible human being. Now, I will admit, Kamala's hair did look great. Trump's tan looked great. His ear has healed very well, okay? Now, speaking of Trump and his ear, you guys remember that time someone took a pop shot at him? You guys want to review that? Let's review that. Let's go back over that. Let's do that again. That was fun, right? What camera am I looking for? Where's my angle? There we go. All right, you can't see my face because my camera's not working for some reason. Don't ask me why. Let's try this. See if that helps it. Nope. There we go. It's me again. It's me again. So we're going to review the Trump incident. Let's have fun, okay? Entertain me for a second. Entertain me for a second. Technical difficulties, people. Processing speeds right now. This is what we're going to do. We're going to stop that. We're going to try that again because there's always a malfunction in my show. Always. Ooh, excuse me. That's how you know I'm a real person. This is in the AI. You ever seen a podcaster sneeze during the show? Nope. Oh, you're not going to let me play the Trump assassination video? Come on. What are you doing? What are you doing? There we go.
If you want to really see something that's said, take a look at what happened.
There's absolutely no fucking way y'all believe this shit. There's no way y'all believe this. It's not possible. Listen to me. Y'all can't believe this shit, man. Y'all can't. Y'all listen. I've seen some theatrics in my life. I've been to some WWE events. I even been to some plays in my life. I'm cultured. Don't fucking judge me, okay? I've been to fashion shows. I've seen all kinds of staged events. I've even worked with Oxygen Network at one point for a televised show. I understand how all of this shit goes. Listen to me. This shit is not real. Now, the people that died, yes, I will not take that from them. I am not stupid. I understand false flags. I do not mind saying it out loud. I know what I'm talking about. Just because someone dies does not make it less of a false flag event. It just means that the damn false flag event took a unfortunate life. That's just how that works. Okay? Don't come for me. Don't be on my damn page talking crazy to me. I'll block you. Okay? Get back to the video. Are you not entertained? Are you not? Are you not entertained? I am. Someone said, "Why are his shoes off?" Take your shoes off, Trump. The shit look believable. Listen, we're gonna nick you with this blade real quick. Listen, if you watch WWE back in the day, right? You remember how they used to cut themselves? Like they'd be like, "All right," so they'll have little blades in their tape, right? And they'll get hit with the chair and they'll cover up, and then they'll be like, "Ugh," and then they'll be like, "Ugh." So the blood pumps when your blood's flowing, right? I'm not saying it's fake. I'm not saying this. I'm not saying whatever. I'm saying in the event that our government wanted to stage something, how good are they? And how dumb are we to believe them? And I'm not calling you dumb. I'm saying you got to be really naive to believe what you see through the television or tell a lie, or it's telling you what they think they want you to see. They're telling you the vision. This is the vision that we want you to see. That's what we call a narrative, or propaganda, or slop, crap news network, fear mongering network, Fox, MSNBC. They all own the same damn stations. Look at BlackRock and Vanguard. It's a whole other conversation. Nonetheless, do you think our government would do that to us? And if you don't think they would do it to us, why? Have they done stuff to us before? They have ran psyops on us before, people. You guys know they run psyops, right? Whatever. We're gonna get all that one later. We got a log show. We're gonna be out here for 3 hours, at least 3. All right, you know my special coverages are long. So we're gonna be out here tonight. We're gonna be talking. We're gonna cover some stuff. I'm gonna click over back to the screen so you can see the presentation of the coloring of the maps. Texas looks blue, which is horseshit. If you're in Texas, you should all be pissed right now because you let Abbott turn you blue. You let the wall-touching asshole turn you blue. Yep, I said it. Abbott fucked y'all. Abbott fucked Texas. That's why your borders are open. That's why there's this weird little base full of illegal immigrants that I've been hearing about. I forgot the name, but I shared the video on my Facebook page. Nonetheless, I want you to feast your eyes at this screen and notice that it is blue. Texas is blue, people, okay? The South, we're red. We don't give a shit. It's going to be red. We're going to lean to one side because it's the Confederate. It's always going to be the Confederate. How do I know? People, I live in Mobile, Alabama, okay? It's the Confederate. It's not what you think it is down here. It's an actual pretty decent city. Bad with crime, but what city doesn't have crime at this point? The notion that all Democratic cities are pretty rough, that's true, but not true. Like, Alabama's a red state, but Birmingham's a Democratic city. Does the city suck? Absolutely. Mobile has been a Republican city. Does the city have crime? Horribly. They're lying to you. See, that's a narrative. Because you can go to a red state like Oklahoma and take your ass to Tulsa and it's crime ridden. You will not get out your car. So if you believe that this whole red and blue thing is just, it's not connected, whatever, they're lying to you. This is division. This is like racism. Racism wasn't a problem to the last 200-300 years. Just because someone sailed their dumbasses over here and said that they found the land, they didn't find it, they invaded it. There's a difference. And then they conquered it. And then those people, the indigenous people, were turned into slaves, but that's not what you would call them. They're called prisoners of war, which turned into slavery because that sounds better than prisoners of war. Wordplay. Diddly diddly. Anywho, election day, we're red in Alabama. Texas is blue, which makes sense with their migrant problem, okay? Kentucky's red. It's kind of appalling to see North Carolina blue, but it's not shocking considering the situation that they're in right now, all right? Georgia's on the ropes, but is leaning towards red. You know, that was a huge battleground back in the day. That's also where Jekyll Island is at, and that's where the Federal Reserve was founded. It's also where the Georgia Guidestones are at. Florida is red. DeSantis, as they call him, has leaned with the red, even though he's kind of a chauvinist asshole. He says some stupid shit. I'm not really for the CRT thing and putting all the weird shit in kids' books, but I don't really like DeSantis either. He's kind of an asshole. Now, all of this shit going on, it goes to what Luke Brown is putting in my comments, is saying that it could be all staged. And there's a huge possibility that it is, and to be honest, I completely think it is. And I've explained in a few ways of the interview process to become the president, because if you look at secret societies and how they move, you would understand that that's how you interview to be president. You got to go through a review of your peers. We're not their peers. Does this matter? It matters because they're pandering to us. It also matters because everything they pass seems to be ill affecting us also. Now, do I think we stand a better chance with Trump than Kamala in office? Unfortunately, yes. I do believe that. Now, do I trust Trump? Absolutely the hell not. Why? Because what he's doing in his psyop reminds me of the Bolshevik conflict. I've talked about this. We've had a lot of conversations about Trump being a Manchurian, or not a Manchurian candidate, but more or less a puppet. He is Order of the Malta. I do have footage of him at a shady Freemason event. Now, is it really good quality video? Absolutely not. It's not great quality video. It looks like a conspiracy video. It looks like Alex Jones shot it when he went to Bohemian Grove. Know what else to tell you. Hey guys, hey Chris, I got the clown in here, the one and only Mr. Jovial. How you doing? Thank you for showing up tonight. You know, we don't really come in here to actually give a shit about the presidential candidates. We just here to tell you that they're lying to you, and it's all a shit show. All right. Now, I have footage of Trump at events. I don't have any footage of Kamala at any shady events, but I have footage of Kamala saying questionable things like be unburdened. What is it? Be burdened with the unburdened with the burden. And my favorite one, I may have had that last one wrong, but the one that she said at her Democratic National Convention was strength through joy. If anyone knows what strength through joy means, it goes back to the Nazi tourism campaign where the Nazis got a bad rep for looking like Nazis and genocide people, right? So what they did was they tried to upgrade their tourist side of the world, and what they did was they would show up to factories and give events and little concerts and little wrestling matches and boxing matches to entertain the crowds so that they wouldn't be mad that they were Nazis. So Kamala was out here telling people strength through joy at her Democratic National Convention, and I'm sitting here scratching my head like, strength through joy? Strength through joy. And I was like, why does that sound so familiar? Crunching some keys, and I'm like, strength through joy. What pops up? Nazi swastika. I was like, oh, that's blatant. So I read it, and I was like, okay. So this is the tourism thing. So if you pay attention at the Democratic National Convention, that's exactly what that was. They had concert, they had celebrities, they had people coming out, and the fans are crying, all while they had Palestinian protesters outside rioting and shit. And her whole mantra was strength through joy, and how she was at McDonald's, and how she's from a middle class family, and how she's a black person. I'm gonna get on this black thing too, because she's not black. Black is a culture. It's American. It's different. We're not. I don't like to use the term African American. That was found in the 80s. Originally, they called us Negroes. Okay, we're gonna get into that conversation. Don't worry. I'm warming up. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. I'm warming up. We're having a good time. Check, check. Can you hear me now? Might be your phone. Let's try that. You might be able to hear me a little bit better now. All right. So the designation that Kamala went by was black, right? But her mother's Indian, her father was Haiti or Jamaican descent. I may be wrong on, it's one of the two. They're from one of the islands, right? That does not make you black. Black is a culture. Black is American. Black is not really the term I would prefer to go by, but that's the term we've been listed as in our culture. An African coming here is not black. They are African American by definition of African descent living in America. I am not of African descent. I am from Alabama. I am living in Alabama. My family is from Alabama. There is no conclusive evidence that my family is from Africa. My great-grandmother was Native American, and a lot of people say, well, everyone's great-grandmother was... I'm not Elizabeth Warren. We're not 1/16 Native American. My great-grandmother was Native American. Let's get that out in the open, okay? Now, I'm in a city with an original Africa town. Yes, that is real in where I'm from. We have Africa town. But being black is an American culture. That means you are of American descent, all right? You can be black from France, but you're not black, you're French. I'm not even gonna call you a black Frenchman because that's stupid. You're French. You speak French, your whole customs and courtesies are French. You're French. I can't go to Africa and be like, I'm African. I'm not. I'm from Alabama. I'm American, kind of. Like, I'm black. I'm of the black culture. So when people say Kamala's black, just because she's an AKA and she blends in really well does not make her black. Her mother was Indian. Her culture is Indian, not feather, red dot. We don't call the feathers Indian. We call them Aborigines, indigenous, or you want to call them Native American, but that's a whole different subcategory of people from another part of Alaska, Siberia area. Okay. The genealogy matters, okay? It does matter. So think about this. Her mother's Indian. She went to Howard. There's nothing wrong with that. I know plenty of people go to Howard. I knew a Russian that went to Alabama A&M when I went to Alabama A&M. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. What I'm saying is telling us you're black to get votes, shame, shame, shame. You shouldn't do that because you're not. Just because you wear chucks and pearls and you're AKA and you went to Howard University doesn't exactly make you black. All right. That's just I'm not gatekeeping the culture. Trust me, we got some problems in the black community. I am not gatekeeping that bullshit. But I'm telling you that there is a difference. If you come from Haiti and you're in America and it's your first time, you're gonna tell us you're Haitian. You're not black. That's why when you go to like Panama and Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico and they're like, I'm not black, Poppy, I'm not black. They're not. They're Puerto Rican. Is their colors, is their skin tone the same color? Absolutely. They're of melanated color. But they are not black culture. They are Dominican. There's a difference. It doesn't matter until you get pulled over by the police. If you're Dominican and you're dark, guess what, dude? You're black. You a nigga. I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it on that. I'm gonna say it on the stream. You a fucking nigga. You better goddamn get real. Hey, Poppy, you better change it because they'll beat the shit out you in America. It's funny, but it's true. I'm not making jokes because people have lost their lives, but there's an unfortunate truth about the policy and forces of America. They are not fond of people of color. Not very fond. And they'll beat the shit out of a white person. I don't like to take it away from them either. White people in the same boat as us. So are Mexicans. It's just that they got us by the balls and we think we're all different and we're not. We're going through the same horse shit together. It's just my opinion. Okay? This does not make it right, but my opinion, my platform, my show. I said it. What you gonna do? Right? All right. So Kamala made her stance off the black network. And this is what Democrats do. Democrats do this because of what Kennedy did for black people and what he was to white people, to Irish people, and to anyone who really believed in America, right? The Democrats stole that pandering technique from Kennedy. He just wasn't pandering. He was actually about that shit. Now we get pandering. We stand with you, or we kneel and we wear our cultural dressings and all that stupid shit and all that. And I say that because I don't need that. I don't need you to pander to my culture or my ethnicity or whatever I am to you. I just need you to do the right thing by the American people. And this does not leave Trump and the Republicans exempt, because what they're doing is playing on the white culture and the freedom-loving people of America, because the white culture believes in a constitutional republic. They believe in all that hoopla about the Constitution, and they should. But see, Trump played on that because he knew better. Who the hell wants to be a Democrat? And first of all, the Republicans do have a fair and valid point about the government. They are conservative. They like to be Christian, or at least come off as Christian. But like I've told you before, the Republicans love to warmonger. They love war. For them to be so Christian, they love to go spill blood over Christianity and all this other stuff. I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying you can still be wrong and be a Christian. Just because you're a Christian don't make you less wrong. You're just a Christian and wrong. Like, so the Republicans are warmongering people, but they're still wrong. And people are voting for this. Why? Because the Democrats suck ass. They've sucked ass since Kennedy. If you believe Clinton was the best thing since sliced bread, he wasn't. Just because he played a saxophone, he wore shades and smoked weed and got head a couple times does not make him a black person. It does not make him an American. Well, it does kind of make him American because he doesn't like saxophones, weed, and head. Nonetheless, I'm saying it doesn't make him the best person, to be a role model after. No one was ever like, oh, I want to be just like Clinton. Why? It's a horrible person. He was at Epstein's Island. He was on the plane. He's on the list like 9 times. They got a picture of Clinton in a dress, man. Okay? Slap yourself. Hillary Clinton was running the country for Bill Clinton while he was out here doing weird shit. Okay? God knows that woman, deplorable. Nonetheless, these people have been presidents, and they're going to be our presidents if we keep allowing them to vote. Elect and run for office. Excuse me. We just keep allowing it. I don't know why we keep allowing it, but we do. I got some more footage for you. I have who showed up to the Democratic Party. If I can find that video. Let's see. I had all my stuff laid out, and then my computer decided to change on me. Let's see. Where are we at? when that happens. Show folder. I had a lot of conversations. The Clintons have more bodies than a lot of people, Jovial. I'm just going to put that out in the open. I'm not saying that they did it. I'm saying there's a lot of bodies connected to their name. That's what I'm saying. And that's what you're saying. I get that. Now, should we say that on an open mic? Depends. It depends. Here we are. I put it on my other screen. Sorry. Where is it? Remember that time they faked the phone call for support? Yeah, I remember that too. There's a lot of incidents with this presidential nomination that don't make sense. And her being tied up with the Soros makes a lot more sense. Now, these are some campaign ads that I found before I got this whole thing squared away for you. All right? Give me some time. Got log load times. Not sure why. Harris' campaign has brought out the churchgoers as always, and the Trump campaign has brought out the people in the natty light. We're going to go over to that screen real soon. Give me some time.
What can be. I can imagine what can be and be unburdened by what has been. You know? What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What we can see, what we believe can be unburdened by what has. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
Who we can be unburdened by who we have been. What can be unburdened by what has been.
Where we can be unburdened by where we have been and unburdened by where we are right now.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened by what has been.
What can be unburdened.
That is literally how many times she has said that. That is a script, people. That is a script. Thank you, Daniel. That speech was by Karl Marx. Thank you. That's who I was trying to remember. I just didn't want to misquote it. I didn't want to misquote that. She repeated that. I got 4 minutes of video of her repeating the same thing over and over and over. What can be unburdened by what has been. The top wants to be unburdened by us. We are the burden because we are the ones sucking on the system, as they say. Right? So when you think about that and you think about the whole NWO and the smart cities, the FEMA camps that we're talking about, that's where those ideas are coming from. Okay? That's where we're all kind of looking towards and thinking this is the problem. Me personally, I like to think that this plan has been in motion for at least the last 100 years. Easily. The last 100. Just because if you look at what's happened in America over those 100 years, and I'm not going to get into all of it. We could name a lot of events, the Federal Reserve, the Tulsa riots, Spanish flu, Roosevelt, Truman, all those horrible choices made in the greater good of them. I'm not going to say who it is because Facebook is weird. I'm on Facebook tonight, but I will say this. Kanye wasn't wrong. Kanye wasn't wrong. Ding, 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 ding. Kanye wasn't wrong, people. He wasn't. I'll just leave it at that. They control your news, they control your sports, they control all your entertainment and media, they control your politics. They have little conventions, they go by APAC sometimes. I'm not saying they're horrible people. I'm just saying if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, it probably reads the Kabbalah. I'm not saying everyone who reads the Kabbalah is a horrible person. I'm just saying the people we're talking about who read the Kabbalah happen to be the worst person in the world, worst people in the world. That's what I'm saying. Okay? Now, I'm going to dip off for a quick second. We're going to take a little break. I got to use the bathroom. I will give you the screen. We're going to watch a little bit of analysis. Everyone take a break. All right, I'll be back. All right, we're back, guys. Sorry I had to pick MSNBC, but they're not talking and they're just showing maps, and that's all I really care about. Show maps and shut the hell up. All right. Right now, Trump's up. Doesn't mean much. Polls are still open on the West Coast. We still got some polls basically going through their motions and counting and all that. If you believe in election fraud, you believe CrowdStrike, you believe the FBI affidavit and all this stuff, then you know that you shouldn't put too much hope into this. You're going to get an election fraud, some scandal soon. Now, where do we go from here? We're going to get through the year. We haven't seen the season finale just yet, guys. Come January 6th, I think is where we see fireworks. All right? That's just my opinion. Whole opinion. Do I think it's going to end? No. I don't think there's going to be uproar. I don't think there will be unrest. I don't think there's anything like that. I think you're going to get people mad. I think you're going to get people crying like you did when Trump got elected, and then you're going to get Republicans mad when Biden won. Like, that's as far as it go. Now, if you're asking about the crazies and all this stuff, the crazies are already out. The crazies have already been punching people in the face for the last year. Excuse me. So, understand that what's going on, it's not as bad as people are making it out to be. See, that's fear-mongering propaganda in the media. The media has made y'all thought that there's a divide somewhere and we're going to break out into conflict as soon as the election's up. We're not going to break out into conflict as soon as election's up. We're not. We're going to break into conflict somewhere down the line, though, if these policies don't shape up towards people and help them. Anytime there's a lack of resource and there's a lack of leadership or there's instability, you find the word revolution or insurgency come into place. This is where the grumbles and the rumblings of the people start becoming louder than the cheers for the elected officials. In any case, you get a small resistance that forms. That resistance has already started. The resistance is on Donald Trump's side, allegedly. Now, again, anyone on Trump's side believes that the deep state exists. To some extent, if you are a Trump supporter, you to some extent believe that the government is fucking you and there is some shadowy operation going on. Okay? And if you are on the right side and you believe that, that would actually put you on the FBI watch list. If you don't believe me, you can go through my page. In 2009, the Department of Homeland Security put out their little memo note to let you know that each group in America was going to be listed as some type of domestic terrorism. And they had Christians listed, animal rights, Greenpeace. The veterans were at the top of the list. You got to put veterans at the top of the list. They're the most trained people in America in all facets, whether it's support or it's the tip of the spear. Veterans know how to do their job, the ones that actually went through the whole entire process, all right? So a lot of the people that we think are freedom-loving fighters are actually listed as domestic terrorists, including all Christians. And DHS actually put that affidavit out about them about a year and a half ago, that all Christians would be listed as a domestic terrorist or extremist, excuse me. So the notion that we're fighting for something, the right believes that they're fighting the deep state right now. And that's a scary idea, to believe that those people, this man on your screen, is fighting the deep state. This billionaire who got a $500 million loan from his dad, who is also a Freemason and Knights of Malta chaos agents. This man is the freedom that we're waiting on. I just don't buy that. I just don't, and I'm gonna tell you why. Now, what I'm about to say is almost a contradiction, but if he was really for the people, they would have shot him by now and not missed. Why do you say that, Marcus? Well, Kennedy, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Black Panthers, anybody who's actually been against the system itself, Gary Webb, shit, man. There's a lot of them. The Kennedys, the whole entire family. They've pretty much wiped out anyone that would have caused them a problem or knew too much. Trump getting his ear grazed by a 5.56 round and not losing any cartilage on his ear should tell you everything. But I digress. Let's play the card game that Trump is really fighting freedom and Kamala's an evil, wicked, deep state witch. Okay, and let's play this game. So if Kamala wins the election, America's gonna go to shit. America was going to shit before she was in office. It was in the shit way before she was in office. It's been going to shit for some time, but we're actually in the shit. Like, we're like levels of shit, I guess. Republicans believe Kamala winning is going to be like the Nazis taking over America. I'm not going to sit here and play that game. Republicans winning is essentially a win for surveillance state. See, both of these parties voted for the Patriot Act 2001 after 9/11. And the Patriot Act has been slowly stripping us of our freedoms via communication and, you know, privacy. Now, we fast forward 20 plus years and the Foreign Surveillance Act 702, or FISA 702, excuse me, was signed by both parties, which essentially gives the government the right to surveil domestic terrorism anywhere in the world. It's Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act 702. Now, how would the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act work in America? If you understand that Washington, D.C. is not actually part of America, the foreign entity would actually be us on the opposite side of the lines of the District of Columbia. The District of Columbia operates as its own entity, governing a larger body of estates, put in place with governors and mayors to run the cities, and aldermen to be the voices. Now, every time that happens, or when they do something or they sign policy, that policy is created in DC, and then DC enacts it. But because America is not actually running purely on a constitution, they get away with certain legalities based on the law of admiralty or the law of the sea. In those legalities, due to the law of the sea, certain policies are enacted based on that. And you're going to probably say, well, how would the law of the sea be in place in interconnected states? Well, if you understand how the water system works and water rights works, the water rights go directly to the government. That's why when you buy land, you have to ask for the water rights and your mineral rights. You own the land, but not the stuff under it, which is stupid as hell because it came with the land. But the law of the sea applies to any body of water touching the United States of America. Well, guess what? Look at our waterways and our rivers and our man-made flowing system, our river system, and notice how all the water is touching every state. Even in certain states where it's dry like Arizona, the water still flows. Because the water is flowing or touching the land, the law of the sea, or law of admiralty, applies to the continental United States. So that doctrine or that law that they're enacting based on the law of admiralty in Washington, D.C. is being enacted through all the waterways touching the continental U.S. That's why all the edges around America have a border of 200 miles inland for federal land or federal seizure in the event that an attack happens. See, that stupid little map that they showed you with all the flooding isn't exactly what you think it is. It is that, but that's also the waterways running through all of the states because that's where the big waterways run through. See, they're touching everything through legality. See, because of the water, because they have the rights to the water, they have the rights to the land, and because they have the mineral rights, they have the rights to everything. And because DC is a separate entity separated from the United States of America, the United States Incorporated, or the corporation, is where DC is actually in control at. It is not supposed to be in control of the constitutional republic, but they have us operating as a democratic republic because of the rules in the law of the sea. Wordplay, people. Wordplay. Okay? Now, when we talk about this vote, why does this vote matter and how does this tie into DC? Why do we say they're selected and not elected? Because when you're being selected by your peers, it's different. They're your peers. They're supposed to be selected by us, not their peers. Their peers know the laws and the rules. There are rules in place for voting that you don't know exist. Like using dead people's Social Security is legal in 23 states. Might be wrong. It might be 20 now. They've been using Social Securities because the Social Security is owned. Y'all don't get it. This election, the numbers that you're seeing right now are the numbers they want us to see. Yeah, people are voting and they're tallying those numbers to a certain extent, but those numbers can be jaded. CrowdStrike, 2000, 2004, when they got rid of the ballots. We've already heard about boxes of ballots being found, allegedly. This is at least what I found on Telegram. All right. Now, I'm not saying something like they're doing it now. I'm saying we know in history that they have rigged elections. We know that they rigged the World Series in the 20s. We know the mafia got Kennedy elected, or helped at least. We know elections can be rigged. I care not about the man if I can control the money and the currency and the votes and the names and the people and the elites and the celebrities. If I could control everything around you, you would never know the truth. That's why a lot of this sounds so crazy to people, because if you really think about it, if I could control everything about your existence, you would never know I was doing this to you, because I control you through the education system, through the programming in your television, through the predictive programming in your movies, right? Through all of this stuff, I'm showing you I can make you think something. Proof right here. They can show up in the jungle out of nowhere and hand a Bible to a group of people who can't read and tell them that this is the doctrine and the truth, and they will run with it once you get them to believe it. Once it's been ingrained in the mind, you will start to believe it. This is the same application with this on my screen right now. At one point, voting may have mattered. I will never sit here and tell you it did not matter at one point. Eventually, it stopped mattering. And I want to say it stopped mattering right after they shot Kennedy. It mattered because we vote, well, not we, because I wasn't alive. We, the people, voted Kennedy in. Kind of. His dad was at the table. His dad was a staunch communications operator and in the market of radios and TV and stuff back then too. The Kennedys were in deep. Something went wrong. John went against the grain. Bobby went against the grain, and it went from there. But even then, I would think that those powerful men could rig an election. And if I go all the way back to another predictive programming movie, Leonardo DiCaprio, Gangs of New York, when they were electing people, look at what they were doing. Look at the tactics and techniques that were used. They were beating each other to death and forging fake ballots, snatching people off the streets. They didn't care if they could read or not. Hey, get in here and go vote. They do that now. Vote, vote, vote. Back then, the vote mattered, but it didn't matter, because when Buddy was losing, the dude with the one eye, he came over and he beat his opponent to death. Then he won the election. Sure, it's a movie, but it's a depiction of what politics used to be. Politics were brutal. But see, they got smart. They understood that right now, listen, if Trump came out and he bludgeoned he beat Kamala to death to win an election, we would be grotesquely disturbed with that. We would be like, oh my God, so barbaric. I'm not voting for that. So what do? They have this persona that they gotta give you. That's why JD Vance looks so stupid this year talking to the people at the donut shop. That's why Trump went to McDonald's, which I thought was hilarious, and got some fries in his hand. He did that to make fun of Kamala. That's why Kamala shows up at white women for Kamala and white men for Kamala, and she sit there and listen to them. But when she went to those black meetings, she didn't seem as attentive. I'm just saying. See, they play this game. See, they gotta pay people to dumb themselves down like us. See, they're completely separated. They're completely lost in reality. They have no idea what it means to be like us. They haven't been like a normal person in forever. Do not believe it. Right? Yeah, they do normal stuff. It look like it, but they're not normal. They're completely disconnected from what humans really are. If they weren't, would Kamala need to tell you for the last 6 months that she was from a middle-aged family and she worked at McDonald's during the summer? Trump can't even tell you that story. He got money. It is what it is. His dad had a whole bunch of hoe houses and brothels back in the day during the gold rush in California. Hey, that's why they got hotels. It is what it is. He don't even hide it. The Democrats try to show you that they're normal people. That's like Obama playing basketball and smoking Newports. It's like Clinton playing saxophone. That's like Jeb Bush loving baseball and talking like a Texan. That's why Kamala code switch. That's why when Kamala get in front of black people, it's that Atlanta Reverend, give you the motion. All that heated debate and talking, yeah, great. But when she get around white women for Kamala, she on her shit. It ain't Chucks and Pearls no more. It's Kamala. It's no more, la. She used to go by back in the day. No one wants to talk about that. We the only ones that believe this. Those people are laughing at us. Look at those smug little faces right now. Look at those smug faces. We've lost Texas. Texas was predicted red, people. Texas is blue because of Abbott and migrants. You don't think those migrants aren't voting in Texas right now? Texas is blue because the migrants are there. Think I'm lying? Arizona's going to probably vote blue too. Oh, I'm wrong. Texas is red. Last video I saw, it was blue. Good job, Texas. Y'all think y'all did something right. He said, my bank account is hurting. I'm ready for funds. Can we get a stimulus check, people? Where's the quantum financial system at, man? Where's the freedom coins? Where's the Pepe at? If Trump win, my Pepe coins better go up, damn it. I want my Pepe. Freedom, guys, freedom. In other news, thank you for being with the Daily Rabbit Hole. If you haven't already, feel free to like, share, follow all platforms. I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube, I'm on Twitch, I'm on Rumble. I'm on everything, guys. Also, take a moment, catch my link in my link space. I have merchandise. It's in my link in my description. Click on it, buy you a shirt, maybe get you a coffee mug. Take it to work, be the dopest person with the Daily Rabbit coffee mug. Maybe put a little whiskey in it to make your day better. We all know how that goes on a Monday. And if you're scared shitless right now because you think Trump is going to win the election and your reproductive rights are going to disappear, man, your reproductive rights were going to disappear whether Trump was in or not. And if you think America's going to go to Nazis when Kamala gets in, newsflash, Nazis have been running the country for the last 80 years, damn near. Operation Paperclip. That thing happened. That thing was thinking. 1,600 Nazi scientists. One of them being Wernher von Braun. When he died, he had the verse out of Genesis about the firmament. All right? That's why Disney has the do-do-do-do-do-do. That thing, right? Newsflash, guys. You think Trump is going to mess up America? You think Kamala's going to mess up America? America's not messed up. America's running exactly how it's supposed to be running. Fucked up on our part. It's not made for us. See, we get a little piece, a little taste of it, right? We sit here, everyone's thinking they're American right now. My own family right now is out here, they're voting. They have their little stickers. My dad asked me, hey, if such and such win, do you think there's going to be chaos? I'm like, Dad, they've been burning down cities for the last 8 years. They're having a whole civil war in Oregon right now. You're like asking the wrong questions right now. Is someone going to burn down America or get crazy? They're already crazy. We're Americans. Look at us. Look at us. Big cars, fancy houses, streams, perversion, drugs, chemicals in our food, chemicals in our water, chemicals in our air, chemicals in our clothes. They're poisoning your toilet paper. They're poisoning your toilet paper. Okay? What we're dealing with right now is just the last president. And if you believe that this is the last president, then we'll see. I honestly don't know. I've read the Modernization Act of 1999, which led into NESARA and JASARA. I read a lot of other manifestos that led into these little projects that everyone's talking about. The only thing that I got from all of that information is that there is one consistent plan to enslave the world by a group of people who've been around longer than we expected. And I'm not sure how they managed it, but they apparently have managed it. And these same group of people that have been around for so long have an unlimited source of information because they control it. The Smithsonian, the Vatican. You go to London, they got their own financial records that no one knows about. You go to New York, it has its own history. DC has records. They're working on a whole lot of information that's going in that we don't know about. It's been decompartmentalized or compartmentalized, I guess. Compartmentalized for them. And they basically distribute that amongst themselves. The Hiltons, Trumps, Obamas, the Gates, anybody that you can think in America that is the American dream are the elites or the families and the lineage of these groups. I know this shit sounds crazy. I try not to do this, but it is the daily rabbit hole, right? I don't want to sit here and come off as tinfoil hat kind of guy, but yeah, like Chris said, the Akashic Records. They got a lot of information that we don't know about, and they know how to access this information that we don't know about. And when we realize that a lot of people get the cognitive dissonance and they get brain farts and they're like, it's fake. But if you really, really dig into it, you'll understand that the Vatican does hold 56 miles worth of information. Think about that. 56 miles of information. The Vatican. Religious context. If you go to India, I can't remember where. I know it's in India. It's one of those it's Doctor Strange thing. It's like the little city in Doctor Strange and that, whatever. But they have records that are still trying to be deciphered, which I think they know, but they have that information, into mysticism and what you would call magic or witchcraft or voodoo, hoodoo, all that stuff. This is where the devil comes in at, the Christians, the Bible, the whole Israelite controversy. This is all somehow tied into all of this political stuff, right? This is why Texas, Abbott did what he did in Texas. This is why, New York is the way it is. This is why California, as weird and disgusting as California is, it is, but that's the way it is. This whole setup of the deep state has been going on, my tracking, almost 6,000 years. Now, that's as long as the story goes for information that I could source. But as far as in America, we know our whole entire existence from 1492 till now has been nothing but war, carnage, slavery, and just perversion. America has built itself on war. America has built itself on genocide. America has built itself on morals and ethics that the leadership doesn't even follow. America has built itself on the backs of the citizens or the people who live here without really giving them any real relief other than during COVID, and that was just to kind of bankrupt the system. Yeah, we all appreciate Trump for his stimulus check, but we actually spent like 80% of our damn spend our reserve or spending, or we printed out 80% of our shit during COVID. That's why we're like $36 trillion in debt right now. So whatever's happening inside our country, it's working how it's supposed to work for them because they get richer. They keep getting richer. How do you go in office worth 800,000 and you leave out at 21 million? Who the hell's buying your book? How is it that Nancy Pelosi just happens to have the best stock picks for the last 20 years? Nancy Pelosi has got to be the best daytime trader in damn history. A lot of Congress and Senate have to be some of the best daytime traders ever. Or is it because they create the policy that governs the market so you know how to play it? Isn't it weird that the same person running the Treasury is the same person that worked in your big banks during 2008 when the collapse happened? Is it the same? Is it a coincidence that Alan Greenspan is always a financial advisor to the president, and this is the same dude at Lehman Brothers back in the day, Goldman Sachs, Wells Fargo? Isn't that strange how that keeps happening? Isn't it strange that the Secretary of Treasury was once a Federal Reserve seat holder and, if not the leader of the Federal Reserve Chairman's Board? Don't you find that strange a little bit that the same people you're voting for are the same people sitting on these boards of the SEC, presidential seats? These are the same people who make $180 something thousand a year, net worth $40 million. They govern the policy. They know every stock pick perfectly, and it's not insider trading. Isn't it strange that the same group of people that I just mentioned and all of that are the same group of people on all of the same exact list for weird stuff? As we watch this presidential election, we are voting for the same people who are involving themselves with the people going to prison. Tonight's presidential election is not a presidential election for the people, but for the corporation itself. And in the event that the president cannot do his job, he will be removed like Biden and happily replaced. Isn't it strange that since Biden stepped off this campaign, he was no longer in the camera? He was just kind of stumbling around, opening his own doors in the White House, even though presidents usually don't open their own doors. I want you guys to understand what I'm saying. I'm saying that the same group of people that you're electing, or you think you're electing, are the same group of people hanging out with the celebrities. The same group of people hanging out with the celebrities are the same group of people doing the weird stuff with said celebrities while on camera, being blackmailed on a list. Is it not a coincidence that Diddy has camera footage, Epstein had camera footage, Hugh Hefner had camera footage? I'm quite sure Clintons have camera footage. I'm quite sure Jay-Z has camera footage. I'm quite sure Robert Kraft has camera footage. While I am not slandering their names, I'm saying that everybody tends to have the same habits. If Oprah hangs with Harvey Weinstein, Sean Combs, Jay-Z, Clinton, Trump, and Epstein, who just so happened her faith healer went to prison for having a human trafficking farm of pregnant women in Brazil. She hangs with all the same people going to jail for weird shit. Trump is in a picture with people doing weird shit, who have done weird shit with questionably young women. Daniel's hella petty. Kamala was a side chick from Montel Williams. I just want to throw out that Kamala was a side chick. You guys are funny, man. I give you guys some real credit, man. You guys are hilarious for that. Oh, man. Hold on. My desktop isn't acting like I want it to act like. It's popping up stuff on my screen that I'm not asking for. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Sorry about that, guys. What I've been saying is this. Everybody that we're looking at as leadership, celebrities, and role models are the same people on all of these lists. What does that tell you? I'm not saying it's all true. I'm just saying, as a pattern recognition specialist, I would like to point out the fact that if you use that same logic at our level, you would question that person that was always involved in some sketchy shit. And I know you would, because I'm down here at the bottom with you guys. And I understand how we are all thinking. So if you see a guy in your school, right, and they're like, man, this guy's known for this and that, you're going to stay away from him. You're going to prejudge him. You're going to be prejudiced and sketchy as fuck and not trust him. You don't hold that same rationale with your elected officials, and you actually don't even see them in person until they come down off their pedestal and throw you bread. These same people are always caught up in something, but you're not using that discernment that you're using with the little people. We need y'all to put your thinking caps on and use that same damn discernment that you're using with us on them, because these people are not exactly who you think they are. At all. And I can go into a lot of things. Tonight is not a showcase of information tonight. Like, we've talked about the psyops, we've talked about false flags, we talked about secret societies, we even talked about Black's Law Dictionary, how they do things, how they talk. We've talked about the old groups from back in the day, the families, the empires, the Vatican, the Romans, the Ming Dynasty. Listen, we've covered a lot of groups of people that all lead to the same problem. And we still find ourselves turning on our TV and watching people vote for the same thing that we tell them is lying to them. And those people don't want to believe it. And this presidential election may be the last president. And I believe that it could be the last president because of everything that's pointing out to it being the last president. No one really campaigned. Campaigning used to start a year and a half in advance. 4 months, tops, maybe 6. It was one of those situations that it didn't seem right. We got all these weird bills being passed against the not the New World Order, but the World Health Organization. In Alabama, we banned the WHO. We banned the UN in Alabama, and in Texas, I believe, and Mississippi, and parts of Florida. If all of this was a lie, then why are governors, like I've said before, getting ahead of something. If Trump is really fighting the deep state, which I'm not saying the deep state don't exist, I just find it hard to believe that this man is fighting it. How is he still alive after one presidential election of fighting it with all the symbolism he displayed in his elections and his tenure as president? Excuse me. I have some common sense questions. I'm not going to get too far in conspiracies. I'll touch on the surface level stuff today, but we're campaign coverage. We're talking about the hard stuff, like why can't we actually fix homelessness? Why can't we actually fix Flint's water? If we wanted gun control, we could have gun control. If you don't believe me, look at when the Black Panthers got guns. Gun control was created then, wasn't it? Right. Isn't that funny? When a group of people stand up, then they want to get gun control. But I think we need some form of gun control. I'm not saying get rid of guns. I'm pro 2A, guys. But I do, to some extent, think we need gun control. But they won't fix it. But they can fix us. They can take our liberties away, but they can't fix nothing that really benefited us. Think about that. You can clean up California for Xi Jinping when he showed up to San Francisco, but you can't fix homelessness. You can literally put migrants in houses galore and give them all the benefits that we're asking for. We were only asking for a quarter of what you gave them, but you can't fix homelessness. And homelessness is cheaper than what they're doing now. To be honest, if they really wanted to fix something, they'd have fixed it. They've taken all the time to create projects and ghettos and poverty. You can create poverty, but you can't fix it. It's weird how capitalism works. And I capitalize off of it all the time. I'm not saying we don't capitalize off of capitalism. That's the point of capitalism. You capitalize on an opportunity of financial gain. But damn, people, like, they're selling humans. Listen, all the migrants come through the borders. Why are the numbers steady growing from 83? It went from we lost 10,000 to 30,000. Then they lost 83,000 children at the border during Trump's tenure. Now, at the end of Biden's, the numbers are up to 300,000 children at the border that they have no idea where they went. They were given to the state. Do you understand that we are human capital? A human person right now on the market can go for $5,000. A human person can go for $5,000 right now. And that's cheap. That is cheap because the number is higher. So you want me to believe CPS, the people who are in charge of tracking the children and making sure they're getting safe homes, are being given to some of the worst people also who are selling them. The children at the border are missing. Where are the children from Lahaina? Where are the missing children? Where are they going? You mean to tell me they went to the state and you have nowhere where they went? They had no tag tracking ID, no nothing. People, think about what I just said. If I said that on a normal level about your child, you would be like, oh, that's horrible. Y'all don't bat an eye when 30, 40 million people come through the border, and I'm telling you that number of children missing is way higher, but 300,000 to date are missing from the border, and they have no idea where they went. Them children are gone. Them children are all over the world right now, if they're still alive. We've heard of the frazzle drip. We've heard of the endochrome. I'm not saying it's true. This is for entertainment purposes only. I'm pretty sure it's too late to say that stupid shit. But what I'm saying is the same people that you're electing are the same people implemented in everything that I just said. Something to think about. I would like to think that this is something to think about. All those migrants, They didn't tag, track, and ID all of them. There are free moving terrorists in America. And I'm not just talking about of the Hispanic race. We're talking all ethnicities. The gentleman that came over and said, "You don't know my name now, but you will later." People, that man was on a domestic terrorist watch list, or national terror or international terrorist watch list, excuse me. He was on our watch list though. He is roaming around America. They didn't find that man. And I'm gonna tell you now, you can see him and you wouldn't know it was him, because you don't know what the fuck a terrorist looked like if he wasn't being a terrorist. You don't have discernment that good enough to pick it out. None of us really do. We just have to wait till it happens to see it. What I'm saying is that these people on your screen that they're talking about are a part of everything that I'm saying. Is it all of them? No. No. Congressman Leach, I love him. I shared a video of him spazzing out on his members and telling them the truth that this is a big shit show and you're clearly lying to all of us about the fiscal budget. Because every year you get 3 months or you get a net 90 from the business to keep the government running. We've been talking about this. There's a few good people out there, but what I'm telling you is it's not enough of good people in those seats, because the seats that are being taken are the ones who can be compromised. If you can't be compromised, you're not getting in the door. And you need to understand that Trump is in the door. So he's already been compromised. He's compromised. Somewhere he's been compromised. He's in the door. He's on the damn screen. Everybody that they have given power to is compromised. So if you get out of pocket, they can blackmail you. Trump just survives it because the people believe fake news. And yeah, CNN sucks. So does Fox News. So does ABC. I'm streaming their shit. That's because I don't have any other fucking goddamn channels. They control everything. So damn it, suck it up. What I'm saying is that all these people voting, imagine if all these people actually work together to build their communities and own land and really have a seat at the table to make something happen. Because at one point in America, to vote, you had to own land. You didn't even have to know how to read to vote. You had to own land. You didn't have to know how to read to vote. You didn't. You had to be a farmer, own land, a business owner. What happened? The people who owned the land were no longer owning the land. Guess who started goddamn carrying the votes? The fucking slave owners. Because they owned the land and the people. Duh. You see how this happened quickly? To vote, you had to own land. That's the only way you could vote, if you own land. It had nothing to do with being educated or nothing. Owning land, owning your house, owning a business, having a farm, producing and giving back was how you were able to vote and have a stance or something to say, because whatever they did affected your livelihood. That's why people were voting. They weren't voting. People weren't voting for popularity contests. They were voting for their fucking livelihoods, guys. When people say they die for their vote, to some extent, yes. But you shouldn't have had to die for that vote if it was an honest election. Only time you die for a vote when it's not an honest election. If it's honest, then you shouldn't have to die for it. Other than the fact that they killed you because they were murderous pieces of shit who wanted control and didn't want you to get ahead of them. Because if you happen to get a little power and a little bit of voting, then you could put them out. And if you don't believe me, I'll fast forward it. You want to know how you want to know how you get a seat now? You form a corporation and then you go before the government as a foreign entity, because that's how you come to them now. You can't come to them as a landowner anymore. That shit don't work. So what happened in the 70s, between 46 and 75, you had the largest militia stance in American history between all the neighborhood groups who actually incorporated themselves and went before the government to sue the government. And if you don't believe me, go back and look at the Rainbow Coalition. Go back and look at the Black Panthers. Go back and look at the Young Lords, the Latin Kings, the Vice Lords. If you think I'm bullshitting, Go look at their LLC. They're all incorporated, and they've been incorporated for some time. You know what happened? See, in America, they got rid of the land because they seized the land, so they moved the ladder. They moved the stick, right? So the stick was, instead of owning land, which was the bare minimum, they moved the stick up. Now you got to be some type of business or collective group because you need resource now. You don't have the resource. That's why they made people come together and become the resource, because the resource was the land. It was the cattle and the stock and all this stuff, right? It wasn't people. It was people and resource. They couldn't top that. They had to stay even with people and resource till they didn't have to. What happened was, once they seized the land and they moved the stick, right? Now they made it to where a corporation had to come before the Supreme Court and sue. So this is why when you always notice people coming out, they're going before the federal court and the Supreme Court. That's the stick move. They changed the line. What happened was, from 46 to 75, those people figured it out and they started making groups. Notice everyone started pairing up back then. They didn't have resource like that. So what they do? They had to come together and pull their resources together, take donations. If you don't believe me, you can go look this shit up. I don't have time to do it tonight because it's just really special election. We're talking about what led to the power shift. But what I'm telling you now, right now, is that the line was moved in a corporate and legality standpoint. They made people form up and then go before the court and sue, instead of coming before them with pitchforks and fucking flames like they used to do. Back then, when you had land and you had resource and people behind you, you could walk up to the governor's mansion or the mayor's mansion, pitchforks, shotguns blazing, and tell them we need to have a conversation. But they stopped that because they're pussies. They couldn't handle that no more, because eventually they were losing that. Because what happens is if you happen, no one's going against town folk. That's the truth back then. No one was going against town folk. Town folk were dangerous. City folk were dangerous. If you pissed them off and you did them wrong, they would come get you. They moved the line and they told y'all needed to be civilized and go to court and sue us. What happened was, from 46 to 75, those small little neighborhood groups pooled resources and sued the government and actually went against them. Black Panthers, Rainbow Coalition, go and look into it. They sued them and went before them. This is why you had so many incidents. And as soon as those people came out, what'd they do? They smacked all of them down, and what'd they do? They changed the line again. Now, now what do you have to do? Shit, man. It's an act of Congress to get something done now. You'll never get that much, and you'll never get that much leadership from neighborhoods ever again. The black community was devastated. The Mexican community, devastated. The white community, slightly devastated on a poverty standpoint, but white people shut up and they sat in their place, just like black people in the middle class shut their asses up and sat in their place and got what they could get. Just like the Mexicans in the middle class shut their ass up and sat in their place. The middle class did not want to go through what happened again. The poverty was stuck. There was nothing left. They separated us through class, and that was the end of the last resistance. And after that, they spanked every last American with drugs, psyops, and programming. Now look at us. We in here voting for Kamala and Orange Tan. And if you don't believe me, you can go research all of it yourself, people. All of it yourself. They've been talking about militias in America since 1995. The conversation about America having a run-in with militias has been had for some time. America knew a long time ago that this was going to be a problem. America is banking on us getting out of pocket. It's called executive order, and I ain't going to name them all, but they got an executive order lined up for every last thing that we are prepared to do behind this Constitution. They are going to martial law us. DOD directive 5240, and they're going to have the military come down and help the police agencies. They've already been doing this. Did they not whoop y'all ass in that generation I just named from 47 to 75? The military came out and whooped y'all whole ass in the street for protesting. They shot people at Kent State over Vietnam and protesting. That was the federal government. That was the guard unit. Do you think that they wouldn't do it again in 2024? Do you think that those people aren't going to follow orders? They followed orders in the bonus protest when them people came back from Vietnam, pissed off, pitchforks and flames on the White House lawn. They shot them then. They shot them. They shot the Black Panthers. They shot anyone who stepped in front of them. Do you think in 2024 you're gonna get that same grace that you expecting to get? Absolutely the hell not. This is the U.S. government. This is the deep state. People, be real with yourself. They will not let anything stop their reign. Even if they gotta hit the reset button and switch us to the brick system because the damn dollar failed. Dollar failed 20 years ago. They've been holding that motherfucker on life support for years. And the only way that you can hold the dollar on life support is resources. And I'm going to tell you the truth now. Drugs and human trafficking is really what's propping up the dollar right now. Drugs have been propping up the dollar since the 80s. They said that in many of documentaries. Drugs are keeping America going. Whether it's prescription or illicit. Drug money is what's keeping us going in human trafficking. And we sit here tonight, November 5th, the 5th of November, the gunpowder, the treason and plot, ain't learned a damn thing from that movie, and we sitting here voting for these people again. Now I'm going to leave you. I'm going to take a quick break. Before I go, thank you for being with the Daily Rabbit Hole. Thank you so much. Feel free to share and like. Feel free to purchase merchandise through our link in our description. All right. I believe you. I'm coming back, but I'm going to let you guys watch this. I'm going to find something else with a little bit of commentary, see what they're talking about. I may switch over to my CNN or Fox, something, and listen to their little stupid insight. We'll see, nonetheless.
It is. So these presidential race calls that we've made, are these surprises? What's the top line from Ohio and Texas?
Yeah, I feel like we've said this a lot, but not surprises. These are races that are going the way everyone expected them to go. 57 electoral votes between Texas and Ohio for Donald Trump, so that's notable, but again, not surprising.
Okay. What about some other measures that we're seeing on the ballot? There are a number of states this election night that are considering different proposals related to the issue of abortion. I understand there are some updates in those as well. What do you
There
have?
is. In the 2 years since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, abortion opponents had been 7 for 7 in statewide votes about constitutional amendments. Florida has broken that string and has rejected a constitutional amendment that would have protected abortion, but abortion opponents have won 2 more races today in New York and in Maryland. Those 2 states have now enshrined the right to abortion in their constitutions.
Speaking of Maryland, this Senate contest with Angela Alsobrooks defeating former Republican Governor Larry Hogan. How big of a contest has this been? I feel like every time I'm here in Washington, I've seen so many ads related to this race. What's your takeaway on this
I
one?
live in Maryland. The ads have been everywhere. The signs have been everywhere. Ben Cardin is retiring as a Democrat. Democrats desperately needed to keep the seat. Larry Hogan, the Republican governor, mounted a big challenge, but Angela Alsobrooks now keeps the Senate at 50-50 because earlier in West Virginia, Governor Jim Justice won his Senate race. It was a 51-49 Senate for Democrats, evenly split now. Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Montana have furiously contested races still going. So control of the Senate hangs in the balance tonight.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. We'll be back with more soon. Coming up at the top of the next hour, we will have polls closing in an additional 3 states of Montana, Utah, and Nevada. That'll be a total of 16 electoral votes and will make Nevada the last of those presidential battlegrounds to wrap up their voting. We'll be back soon with more AP race calls and updates from other contests. Stay tuned.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry. Quick break. I had to move around. It's good for me. I can't sit down too long either. That's kind of part of the thing that I got right now. Sitting down hurts too. So I sit on my tailbone. You remember that episode with King of the Hill when they found out Hank Hill couldn't sit down because he had no ass, so he was sitting on his tailbone and it hurt real bad. Kind of the same thing. Kind of the same feeling sometimes. Nonetheless, it sucks, but I have to get up and move around. So I get up, move around, keep myself fluid, move around. I'm all right. But yeah, like that Hank Hill episode when he was trying to sit down, every time he sat down, it hurt. Kind of have that same problem. I mean, I have more ass than Hank Hill, though. I just want to put that out there. All right, looks like it's an ass whooping. Are we shocked that it's an ass whooping? We shouldn't be shocked. If you thought Kamala had a chance in winning America, no one believed that. Only people who believe Kamala was winning this election voted for her. Now, by the end of the night, this whole map could be blue. Stranger things have happened. But I expected Trump to win this, not because he's the people's president, but because he's going to be the last president. And if the Simpsons are right, and we believe in the Simpsons predictive programming, old Trump is going to be in the coffin. Why would you say that? That's horrible to say, Marcus. Third time's a charm. Where do you think that saying comes from? First time, so quote unquote nicked his ear, right? Second time, he was at the Mar-a-Lago golf range, allegedly the gentleman. So listen, the first time when they mentioned that the gentleman was in the bushes with a gun, they mentioned that someone popped off like 4 shots, but then like a day or two later, they said that there was never any shots fired. Typical mainstream media and propaganda bullshit, but that was the second time by some gentleman who was a Ukraine recruit trying to bring people into the conflict to help out Ukraine. Staunch Democrat too. Funny how that happens. Also strangely funny that the person that took a shot at Trump the first time was also a Democrat. Sorry. So I'm just saying, set up for Democrats to take the fall for this, it's amazing. I say this to say that. And if you ever seen the movie Civil War, there's a scene where they say president led some type of Antifa slaughter against him. You know what I'm saying? And that's what kind of sparked the conflict too. There was a series of events that sparked what they thought would be the Civil War, what we call a Civil War in the movie. In real life, if the Simpsons are true, Trump ain't gonna make it through this presidential election. He'll be the last president, and then it's supposed to be the new system, which is the quantum financial system if you believe in the Sara Jasara, or the beast system in Christianity, or if you believe in the Talmud or the Kabbalah. If you read that, then that's like a whole other event that's tied into this. It's like the slaughtering of the red heifers, and the third church or the ministry goes up, some shit like that, I forget. Nonetheless, it's a combination of situations being put out there that lead up to some type of new world order. Do I believe that there's going to be a new world order? As long as people believe that there's a new world order, it's going to be a new world order. What you believe can sometimes manifest itself if you allow it. You believe in that kind of thing. I like to think that the financial system fell apart finally. 250 years is pretty much knocking on the door. And also, if you read history and you read different literature, you've always heard that right before people really figure out who's fucking them and they get mad, they start over. Right when Rome was getting ready to fall, people realized that Rome was the problem. And then they fell apart and became the Vatican. right before the Windsor family went bankrupt and almost had to like sell the Buckingham Palace over the Battle of Waterloo, they sold their breeding rights to the Rothschilds. Right? It's a pattern. So right before their end, they'll pull their last desperate card. Their last desperate card is the election. The last desperate card would be to have a president go out the way it's supposed to happen in a publicized way, because that's how they do it with presidents. They publicize it. This gentleman here, if it is true, I hope it's not true, because I don't wish murder on anyone. I don't wish death on anyone. But if it's true, then this is it. When does it happen? Well, the World Economic Forum has a date of 2030. You guys have been believing this Project 25 shit from the Heritage Foundation, which there's so much more out there. Like, you guys gotta stop letting them give you stuff. Every time they present y'all with information, y'all buy it and really tap into it like that's the factual actual. It's close, but that's just to throw you off the trail. What they didn't want to tell you was that Agenda 21, WEF, 2025, and 2030. See, there's like 3 of them going on. If you include Nassara Jassara, that's 4, because that's a whole different system. That's the Awakening 47, the Great Awakening 47, because, you know, he's the 47th president, 45, 47. Right? So just know that 45, 47 is 9/11 also. I just want to throw out that symbolism. I wasn't going to say nothing, but intrusive thoughts kicked in. Anywho, if this plays out the way it's supposed to play out, there's supposed to be Agenda 47, which is really masking 2030 because of the smart cities and all of that, and his idea of the quantum financial system. See, Elon Musk said universal high income, and it sounds better for ratings, but truly it's universal basic income. The idea was to keep everyone happy enough not to revolt. So they think that if they give it, like, you'll own nothing and be happy, you'll be able to do whatever you want to. You get all the little coins you want in crypto, or however this digital technology is about to happen with currency. And people say it sucks and we're not going to use it, but that's a whole fucking lie. You don't have to use it. You can live off the grid. I'm not even mad at you for that. But you're going to have to use it in some extent if you want to operate inside of the matrix. So crypto's here. Digital money has always been here. It's been here for about 20 years now. You think because you put it in a bank and you swipe it, it's still digital. You put your money in there, it disappeared, and then a digital number showed up, and then you swipe it, and it gives you physical money. But if you swipe your card, you're not swiping physical money, you're swiping a digital number. You're using crypto already, and you don't even realize it. They're programming you to use it. The only reason they haven't given us crypto yet fully is because they don't know how to give it to us, and we know how to use it properly. Y'all don't understand exchange rates with crypto just yet. That's why they're trying to give us the stable dollar. You know what I'm saying? Like the USD coin. That's the big thing on Coinbase. I don't talk about crypto a lot, but I'm into crypto. I've made money on crypto. People talk shit and be like, you believe in fake money? What is the damn paper dollar? Quit asking people if they believe in fake money and you have a handful of cash. They're IOUs. Stop it. Stop it. I ain't gonna sit here in front. I've made money in stocks. I've made money for myself in crypto. If you know how to make it happen, you can make it happen. Catch a wave, bottom dollar margin, right into the top. It always happens. The stock market has been around too long to not understand that if they want to switch this financial system, they will. And this is how the market moves. And with President Trump coming in, he's promised everybody, and I said President Trump because this man's not losing the election. I knew he wasn't losing. I just wanted to play the stupid shit because everybody else was like, Kamala's she really gonna do it. No, she's not. Stop. This shit was already known. Trump was winning this. They played y'all. They gave you Biden and Kamala, and it was so bad you would put Trump back in office again. That's exactly what's about to happen. That's how they get you. You get one president, you be like, oh man, he's so horrible. Can't wait till we get a Democrat. Then he's so fucking horrible. You be like, God, we need to go back Republican. And they just keep bouncing back and forth. They're playing you. The currency is here. The dollar is dead. It's going to be more of a commodity than it will be a linear or a unilateral currency. I guess is maybe the best way to put it. I don't want to say linear because it goes both ways. It's not as straight as people make it out to be. The dollar fluctuates, so it's not a straight path to anything. Cash is king, sure, but it ain't worth a fuck on the world market. It's different. So I won't say linear because it didn't take that path. The dollar has a weird path in economics. It has one line and then you got to look at the other line traveling under it and stuff. Like there's 2-3 lines with the dollar that you got to pay attention to. This is why the Black Swan events people keep talking about. Now, I'm actually shocked. Arizona going fully red. If Arizona goes red, I came out of Arizona. I'm looking at the map now. Arizona's historically red state. Minus the human trafficking and all the other issues in Arizona, Arizona's not half bad. Minus Midnight Productions and all that other stuff they got going on in there. Phoenix isn't a bad city. Really bad homeless issue. Really bad homeless issue. I heard they cleaned it up. I've been out of Phoenix about 3 years now. But Arizona going blue, it's kind of what forced us to move out of Arizona due to inflation and overpriced housing market. You know what I'm saying? It was just expensive for no reason. So we ended up relocating and coming to where I'm from in Alabama, you know, restarting over. Better opportunity housing-wise and land-wise out here, so that's always a plus. California, I expect to be blue. I don't expect California to go red. I'll never expect California to go red. I expect California to be blue. I expect Washington to be blue. I honestly expected more blue. I expected Virginia to maybe be blue. Shocked Virginia's not blue. That's a hard one to believe that Virginia's not blue this year. But for the most part, seeing how that she's lost every other state, yeah, I can pretty much see that, minus California, maybe Nevada. Colorado being blue ain't surprising. Illinois, New York, those are your typically blue states where you've been hearing about all the problems. Illinois, Chicago. New York, self-explanatory. Pretty much all that minus Maine, because Maine is like the redhead stepchild of the 13 colonies. They don't give a fuck about Maine like that. But everything else, blue. It looks like she won in the places that she was supposed to win, and that was the only places she was going to win, because no one in America is trying to deal with Biden 2.0. Shit, 2.5, because he was the vice president, the president, and now we have a vice president finna be the president again. Well, was going to be a president. If she win this, boy, they going to be in an uproar. False news, election votes. Burn it down. They're going to be hot if she walk out of here with a win tonight. I already figured Trump was going to win because that's who they want to win. It makes sense. It's like the last of the American families is Trump. Like he's at the bottom of the totem pole, so that's why he's going to be the last president. Not saying he's just last on the family totem pole. They have a totem pole. They let Biden become president. Like, the Biden crime family out of Delaware, if you believe that they're a crime family. Like, who thought that man was going to be president? He sat in Committee of Foreign Relations for, 20, 30 years before he really took a real seat? It just seems like, hey, man, we're running out of people, and fuck, man, you're the last one of the family, so go ahead and get out there. We'll mix you all in. We'll put Obama in there. We'll put Biden in there. Then Kamala, and then we'll give them Trump, and everybody get their turn. That's just me. I don't take this serious. It's hard for me to take any of this serious anymore. All right, like me personally, did we all foresee Trump winning? We all talked about this on other shows, man. This man was not losing. There was people asking me for 2 months, 3 months before this, Kamala gonna win it. No, she's not. No, she's not. Trump is going to win it because they want him to win it, and he's good for business. You're watching The Apprentice America version. Look at Kamala as Omarosa. How does that make you feel? You feel weird about that? Yeah, predictive programming. Look at this as an apprentice. And this is the final season. And, you know, Omarosa is not having it. She's not a fan of Trump anymore. Funny how that happened, right? He was great when she was on the show and made millions and millions of dollars. And, I mean, yeah, you can still be a shitty person and make millions and millions of dollars, but, I mean, why go through it if he was that bad? Could have just walked away and kept your dignity. You had your name. Just my opinion. My logic. I'm a walk away kind of person. If I don't like the situation, then fuck it, I'll walk away. Like, if I don't like how I'm being treated, I'll walk away. I'm just saying, conveniently, everybody who stated that, you know, Trump wasn't going to win, shit, man, you're going to be in tears tonight. You're going to be highly upset. I'm pretty sure that this is going to be a landslide, and this is all we're waiting on is his speech. I know that's what y'all all waiting on. Like, we're just hanging out right now. We're just hanging out. We've covered what was talked about during election campaigns, how, you know, Kamala and the Democratic Party played the whole show. Who's this? A lovely cowboy hat. He got him out at the Republican side, boy. And then you look at the Harris campaign, they look cold and disappointed. They looking real disappointed right now on the Harris side. But the numbers are done. Let's not act like, you know, it's over. She can still come back. Let's act like Trump is not winning this. Just act like we didn't know. All right. Man, I don't want to hear their mouth fall for the rest of the week. MAGA's gonna lose their shit, yo. 2024, 2025, baby, Trump. Tears from the Democratic Party. My dad's talking, if Trump loses, they're gonna act a fool. Trump ain't losing this damn election. What's wrong with you? You don't know how to read a room? What has Kamala done to make anyone believe that she could run a country? Like, the woman hasn't answered a question in 5 years. That's a talent. I don't want y'all to know that not answering a question, the ability to not answer a question is a talent for the Democratic Party. How does this play on abortion rights? About the same way it was probably going to go. I don't think this man is anti-abortion. I'm not anti-abortion. I just think it should be used in a better way, like guns and water and a couple other things like air and food. Like, you should do it correctly and not kill us with it and use it against us. That's what I think. Do I think that he has our best interest? No. I don't believe that. But it'll make for a good stream for the next 4 years if once he wins this. Trust me, we're gonna be all over this deep state shit. He gonna give me deep state content for the rest of the years. Take some comments. Marcus Rowland says this is one of the most craziest moments in America next to 9/11. I don't know, man. There's a couple fucked up moments in America that if you really said it out loud, if you said the craziest moment that you could think of in America, say it out loud right now and people wouldn't believe it was real. My favorite one is that the U.S. government sold drugs to the black neighborhood. It's not funny, but if you say it out loud, that shit sounds absolutely insane. That shit is crazy. Our own government sold us drugs and continues to sell us drugs every day. And they know it. Pharmaceuticals or illicit, they have been selling us drugs. Here's another one. My craziest moment in America. Before 9/11, when they came on and announced that they lost $2.3 trillion, That may be one of the craziest moments in American history, only to repeat itself this year. And guess what they lost this year? The Pentagon can't account for $2.6 trillion this year. So what does that mean for us? Let's think about it. 2021, 2025, 24 years in between it. 45, 47, 9/11. Let's play the stupid gematria game, right? Controversial election, possibly a controversial election. I always want to bitch at ammonium nitrate. It fell out of the trade. It was not stolen. That was false news. The ammonium nitrate that was in the train, there was a leak, and it leaked out of the train across America out of nowhere. It was never stolen, guys. You don't have to worry about that. What's the worst that could happen with ammonium nitrate floating around America unknown to anybody that it had leaked off the train from point A to point B for like 800 miles. It's the worst. That didn't happen. That's not real. That's not a what the fuck moment. Who would believe that? Yeah. Conspiracy theory. Stop. What's the worst that could happen with like lost ammonium nitrate, undocumented migrants, instability, social unrest, civil unrest, possible financial collapse on the horizon? World War III is actually taking place. I like for us to kind of take the bib or the pacifier out your mouth and stop acting like World War III is not happening. It's happening. It's going on as we speak. What's the worst that could happen when you get satellite phones to 50 senators so that they can communicate just in case the power went out to the low Earth orbiting satellites? What's the worst that could happen? Right? Conspiracies. I mean, it's not like someone purposely left, you know, the gate open at the border. It's not like someone grossly negligent forgot that if you light chloride on fire and mix it with clouds, it creates acid rain. Like, who would do something like that to a group of people in East Palestine? I mean, that's almost as crazy saying that, you know, an electrical fire in Lahaina started a 2,000 acre fire that just so happened on the first day of school when school was canceled. You really think these people can think this far ahead and make stuff happen with those stupid space lasers Reagan was talking about? You guys are crazy. You know what's really happening? Arizona just turned fucking blue, and I'm fucking disgusted right now. Like I said I would be, right? Oh my God. It's not like any of this is a conspiracy. No one's working against us. You know how much manpower you have to light a small island like Lahaina on fire in Maui, like to light that on fire and just so happen not to burn anything down that was blue? You know how smart you have to be to do that? Who's really that smart? That would be like saying someone in Switzerland figured out how to collide particles and open a portal. Stupid. Who does that? That's not real. Pfft. Stop. This is what matters, okay? You see this screen? You see this blue and this red? We're fighting for America right now, okay? And you guys are out here spouting your conspiracy theories, out here talking about Hegelian dialect and HARP. You think they can control the weather? Those are contrails, people. Stop. Contrails. Contrails everywhere. You think they would poison our air? They have to breathe the air too, silly. Ugh. Why would they poison our air and they gotta breathe the same air? This is what matters, people. You see those people at the bottom of my screen? That's what America looks like. Together. unified, flying flags. That's America, people. Okay? Mark said they will kill all of us. Yes. Did you not catch the sarcasm in the last 15 minutes ago? This shit is dangerous. People, we are in trouble. Do you see those people? Those are the people you need to be scared of. Not me. Not those people down there. You need to be worried. Those people work with us. They're teaching our children. They believe everything told to them. If you told them right now 1,600 Nazi scientists came over to America to aid and seek asylum, they would tell you blasphemy. They would say, that never happened. Why would we invite Nazis over? Well, shit, I've been asking that question for a while. I mean, ask the question of why we got 40 million people in our country undocumented. Seems like the same fucking problem. Went from 1,600 Nazis to 40 million undocumented people. All I'm saying, this is all I'm saying. This is all I'm saying. In the event that you are wrong about all of this happening on your screen in all these colors, don't mean shit. You are going to be highly upset. And those same people down here are going to be the same people that accept the system given to them. How do you know this, Marcus? If you go to Whole Foods, what can you do to pay for your food at Whole Foods now? You can swipe your hand to pay for your food at Whole Foods, at all 200 Whole Foods in America. Amazon, you can now go to stores, certain stores, and Amazon Pay with your hand, and you can pay for groceries with your hand. You're taking pictures of your face to unlock your phone. We literally handed over everything about us through Facebook and smartphones and selfies. I'm guilty too. Look, I'm on camera talking to you right now. I'm documenting my damn self to them. I done given them all kinds of firepower right now on me, man. Like, think about it. People literally be like, I scan my face to unlock my phone. Do you know how messed up that is when someone kills you and they just hold the phone to your face and they can open your phone? They don't need your whole face. If you use your eye to open your phone, they don't need your whole head. They just need your eye. Think about this, guys. Like, everything that I'm telling you right now is because of us standing down here voting this shit in. I can name plenty of bills, plenty of operations off the dome right now because of what we're doing right now. We keep voting for this. Every time we vote for this, we vote away a liberty, a right, or something for ourselves. And they keep taking and taking and taking and taking. And then they're still taking. I'd be kind of happy if they banned the income tax. Shit. That's only supposed to be used during the wartime situation. We've been on the wartime situation since the Civil War. That's why you can keep charging us an income tax. The income tax was made so when we went to war, they could fund the war because everyone would pay a little bit of their 10% to the war. That's what all it was. Problem is they figured out, like, shit, the war is over, boys, but guys, we made $400 million in taxes. That's supposed to go to the war. Well, what do we do with the money? Shit, what you mean? We're going to put this in my pocket. We might be on to something, buddy. What do you mean? We keep them in a constant state of war. We always get an income tax. Income tax can be whatever we want it to be because they're paying for the war. The war is being paid out of their income tax, and then we're going to stick them with the bill. They got to pay the bill. The Federal Reserve pays us. They pay the Federal Reserve. By golly, he's a genius. That or a sociopath. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you do that? But, you know, here we are tonight. Kamala 112. Trump 198. Looks like Arizona's red. Arizona's going to be blue. New Mexico's going to be blue. That's expected. Border states. Texas being red. Texas was blue early. Maybe they flip Texas, and Texas is gonna stay red. Texas is also voting to secede right now too. This was part of their selection. A lot of people don't want to talk about this. Watch Texas. Texas may secede. I'm not saying they're gonna do it, but this is what was up for. This is on their ballot. So when you vote, it's not just presidents on your ballot. There's other things that they want to ask you about. Would you secede? Do you want to do this? Do you want to do that? How you feel about marijuana? How you feel about gay rights? Would you vote for this? Vote for that? They ask you a numerous amount of questions. Most people just think that you're voting. Like you just go in there, check a name. No, you get out. No, you go vote. And they have a series of questions that go up for debate during a presidential election that would shape a lot of things. And Texas seceding and Florida seceding is one of them. Texas, if they did it right now, would be one of the largest economies in the world alone. Alone. Florida, with their tourism, even though Disney owns the state of Florida, with them alone, that's $1 billion enterprise. They would be a top 10 economy by themselves. See, this election, man, I understand that it's bigger than just votes. I get that. And that's why I feel like we shouldn't really be out here just voting willy-nilly for presidents that don't hold our best interests when it comes to real questions that I'm talking about, like seceding the union, like lower taxes, educational options, homeschool or paying for private school. Would the state pay for that? Free health care. How is that supposed to work? Are we talking about a subsidized system? Are we talking about complete free universal health care? Like, there's different things that need to be talked about when we bring up these real conversations, instead of saying I'm voting for Harris because Trump is a racist, or I'm voting for Trump because Kamala's stupid as fuck, which is kind of true. But the point is, there's more questions to be asked about this country. Like, why can't we get clean water? Are we gonna fix homelessness? Like, are you gonna legalize marijuana and make it clean marijuana, not chemically induced marijuana? When you do basic universal health care, are you gonna give the same treatment to people of poverty and middle class? Or are you gonna separate them based on caste? Because that's what happens with even though universal health care is universal health care, you can still have a caste system and be like, well, you're in the lower tier of universal income, and then there's the mid tier, and then you can do the, like, there's packages based on the insurance company, because that's how it works with us. We're supposed to be a free market, so that's why we have all of these, but it's not really a free market. It's one or two people controlling all of the fucking companies that we think are separate. So it's not a free market. We're just making someone fat. Like same example, you get abortion clinics in poverty neighborhoods, but you get fertile clinics or whatever clinics in middle class neighborhoods, in rich neighborhoods. You get differences. You get liquor stores and gun stores in lower class areas, but when you go here, you don't get that. It's for property value. Well, let's have that same idea with the human race. Like, why are you separating us based on a caste or a class system, social system? Because that's exactly what they're doing to us. And that social system is here. That social credit system is coming. It's already here. So when you say we want free health care, you have to be careful with screaming, we want free health care, and you get free health care, and it's tiered free health care. Now you're poor, you're still gonna die. Like, they're gonna find a way to let you die and capitalize off your organs still. Like, I want free health care without you using it against me. I want, like, states' rights without the states' rights problems. Like, I want to be able to, like, if God forbid a child has to go to the state, the kid has to go to a good home. Why can't the state have a program or some type of policy really stated that we get this child the best home possible after really vetting these parents? Like, you're not selling the kids. You're not selling the kids to bad homes. Why can't the veterans be taken care of? Like, why are you not helping the veterans who helped you steal the lands of all the people around the world? Think about that. The same veterans that will go out here and kick the shit out of a country, come back to America and come back to nothing. That should never happen. Those people should be making more than your celebrities. Teachers, veterans, healthcare providers should all be really making really good money and having really good benefits and enough time off to decompress so that they don't go into schizophrenic episodes and lose their shit. Am I so wrong for asking for that as a citizen or an American? Like, but what do we keep getting? We keep getting false hope. We keep getting broken policies. Like, yeah, the policy worked like that. Like, here's a prime example of policy. My policy is I'm gonna lower prescription pills in America. How am I gonna lower prescription pills in America when this statement was made? And I'm gonna let you figure out who made that statement. My policy is I'm gonna lower prescription pills in America so that everyone can get affordable prescription pills and they can have the right medication. Well, how do you do that? What are prescription pills made of? Two main ingredients that don't have to come from overseas, but they do. Petroleum-based prescription pills and heroin-based prescription pills are the same thing. Well, guess who had both of those? Well, you went to Afghanistan and got heroin. You went to the other side of the Middle East and got oil. Okay, so that's how you lower prescription pills. But in the same breath, you caused the opiate pandemic. So you didn't regulate them. So that's how I'm gonna give you free prescription pills. I'm gonna cut them up, water it down, and push it out there, and tell all these doctors that will pay you an extra 20% per prescription that you fill for these particular Loratabs or Vicodin or Valium or whatever it is that you're taking. What do you think is gonna happen? Like, you keep killing us with the policies you promised to fix us with. Looks like Arizona's getting ready to go back red again. So this is my point. If we're really asking for change, then we need to hold someone's foot to the fire at this shit, because at this point, we're getting presidents and broken policies. We're saying we want free healthcare, get free healthcare, and that shit's still killing us. Now the poor people are being killed purposely for their organs. That's exactly what's gonna happen. That's exactly what's happening now. Listen, man, there are people who are waking up from surgery and realizing that they're missing a kidney that wasn't supposed to be taken out. If they wanted to fix it like they tried to fix the militias in America, they would have fixed it. Like I said, anytime that they've had resistance, did they not fix it? Yes, they fixed the resistance. They stopped it. But they can't seem to fix us. They can't seem to fix America. And they can keep saying that it's bipartisan. It's not just one policy. Right. So you have the pen, write the policies, and stop writing 2,000-page policies that no one's trying to read. Why would I? That's another thing. If they really were writing a policy, I assure you it don't take 2,000 pages. I'm telling you it doesn't now. These damn executive orders only 2 pages. Think about that. The shit that matters is only 2-3 pages. You don't have to write 2,000 pages of policy to make it work. You can write that shit in 50. Have you read the owner's manual or the working guide when you start a job? In 50 pages, you can figure that shit out. I don't need 2,000 pages of fucking fluff and filth and other filibuster fucking bills in there. 50 pages, policy, make it work. But do they do that? No, they don't do that. It could be fixed. It could be fixed. But it's not. They don't want to fix it because it's working in their interest. It works in the corporate greed. It works for the lobbyists. It works for the people stealing people and kidnapping people. It works for everyone who knows how to use the system. As we're watching now, the system is being used against us. Everyone has rallied. They believe in the Trump train. They believe in the Harris campaign. They think that neither one can do no wrong. America's on a crash course for something they haven't seen in a long time. We got time, though. We do have time. For my homesteaders, my preppers, and anyone who just believes that something's wrong and you stocked up a little bit or you're just taking some natural precautions, you are ahead of the game. Because I assure you, they may cut the lights out. I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm not saying they're going to nuke us. I'm saying there's a huge possibility that before it get bad, they will cut the lights off and let us tear ourselves apart, and then come in there like the knight in shining armor on the white horse, and come in and be like, we are here to save you. Here's more oppression. Here's some more oppression. Here you go. And then we're gonna sit here and be like, oh, thank you. We're going to look up. It's like looking at Superman in the movies, and he's standing in the sky and he's floating and his cape is flowing in the wind. It's really Homelander, guys. Joke's on you. That is oppression coming for you in a handbag with a little bit of shit sprinkled in it, and it's on fire. Yep. Chris says, heard through the grapevine, they're already getting rowdy in Seattle. Does the word PSYOP come to anybody's mind? Proxy groups, social engineering. Marcus says, I'm waiting on an alien invasion. Sir, that's called Project Bluebeam. Cut it out. That's Project Bluebeam. That's V2K or V2S, HARP, CERN, ionosphere, whole lot of antennas, and a lot of lights in the sky with some drones. Have you ever seen that movie Spider-Man Far From Home or Homecoming? Whichever one he went, it was Mysterio. I think it was Far From Home. That's the same idea. That's exactly what the fuck I'm talking about. That's Bluebeam. Like, they're going to put drones in the sky and make explosions happen and scare the holy shit out of you. And then they're going to make Jesus appear and use their voice-to-skull technology that they can do because it's frequency-based. And they're going to sit here and they're going to be like, it's Jesus. And they're going to scare everybody. I assure you, Jesus had a lot more reasons to come back than Project Bluebeam. He had plenty of reasons to come back before this one. And he didn't, allegedly. Now, allegedly, there is someone that showed up, but I'm not getting on that conversation. It's a whole other conversation. I'm saying if he didn't show up for slavery, he didn't show up during the Holocaust, he didn't show up during the mass incarceration of black people in the 13th Amendment, he didn't show up when they sold drugs in the neighborhood, he didn't show up for the human trafficking that's been going on since his existence. I'm not saying he ain't coming, I'm saying we're still waiting. And I say this to say all, you need to save yourself. Like, you have the spirit and the power in you. I'm not trying to make light of Jesus. I'm not trying to make fun of your faith. What I'm saying is that you have the ability to save yourself and your community if you do the right thing and stop playing this stupid ass game and really wise the fuck up and like really think about racism and think about it as classism. Like, we are our own saviors. We are our own light. We are our own spiritual beings. We are a vessel. Our spirits are in a fleshy exoskeleton vessel stuck in this little shitty world that we call Earth, or this plane. It is on us to get us out of this situation through the Most High up there, whoever that is, or her, whoever she may be or he may be. Haven't met them yet. I feel them. I know there's a presence. I also know that, there's a negative energy out there that you would call Satan, the devil, Baal, Moloch, whatever you want to call that dude or that person. Principalities. We're stuck with the principalities, right? It's on us to get us out of this situation. And doing this, voting, is not getting us out of this situation. It has not gotten us out of any situations in the last 80 years. In the last 80 years, voting has not gotten us out of anything. We've actually digressed over the last. We've digressed as a people over the last 80 years. Sure, are we are we more technological advanced? Yes, and no. Are we smarter for it? No, we are not. So there's a problem because the idea is as technology got better, we were supposed to get smarter. Apparently, we're not getting any smarter, and we're still playing this game that's not working for us. Now, what do I think would work for us? What, Marcus, you've been talking for almost 3 hours. What would work? I've always said that if you stop playing the game, like if you stop going to work for about a week, nothing would move. Companies would lose money, right? Think about this. If nobody went to work at McDonald's, how would McDonald's make money? Yeah, sure, they got robots, but that only works for so long. The automation isn't there yet. It's coming, but it ain't there yet. They're trying to get ahead of us, stop before we stop working and just automate it. But if we stopped right now, Amazon would go bankrupt overnight, the banks would collapse overnight, everything would collapse. By the end of the quarter, let's say we did this January. Say we did it January 1. January, February, March, April. By the end of that quarter, between March and April, they're going to beg us and pretty much bend their knees at us into whatever we want to do. Because they have no money. They're running out of money. They're spending more than they could bring in. You don't believe me? Just think about it. When you stop dealing with a business, what happens to the business? It goes out of business. It goes away. If you stop fueling this damn monster in this machine, it dies. We are the fuel making the machine go. If the machine has no fuel, it can't go. Even if it's a battery, the battery got to be charged at some point. So if we're the fuel of the machine and they're the brain and the heart of that shitty ass machine, if they have no energy, they're going to cease to exist. Just like if we have a brain and a heart, but if I don't have any fuel to keep going, I'm going to die. You can fast 40 days right now and 40 nights. You will be dead in 3 days without drinking water. You will die in 3 weeks without food. You can play that game if you want to. I'm not saying he didn't do it. I'm saying you better be careful because you ain't exactly that. So the same thing applies to the machine. If the machine is not being fed, the machine will die. If truckers stop, like Marcus said, the system dies. There's nothing coming in. If we did not buy clothes and shoes every damn day because of a person on the side of it, they would cease to exist. If the military said, no, we're not fighting that war, bro, we're not doing that. Who gonna fight the war? These are all basic common sense things to understand. If Americans stopped right now and sat down for 2 weeks to a month and said, nah, we good. We'll go to the grocery store because we have to. But we only propped up the certain grocery stores like the mom and pop grocery stores and, you know, of course, some of the other big boxes. What fast food gonna do if nobody eat that shit? They gonna go out of business. So if you stop funding the fucking business or the government or the monster that it is, it's gonna die. And we're the fuel to the monster. We're the ones making the monster go. The only reason that this election is going on is because we're participating. If everyone was like, we're not voting. And it's like, what do you mean we're not voting? And they're like, we're not voting. We want a special election. We want to get rid of all of you. And they're like, what do you mean you want to get rid of all of us? We actually don't like you. Like, we've actually thought about this and we took the time to read. And we realize that we actually can vote you out at any time if we feel like you're doing us wrong. And like, what do you mean? Yeah, it's in the amendments. You guys actually put that in there after the first 10 amendments. Well, yeah, we did put that in there. Yeah, well, it worked for us in our favor, and guess what? We actually don't want you in office. We actually are holding a special election, and we're going to we went to our mayors, and we forced our mayors to petition the governors, and once we got all the mayors in the county to go to the fucking governor, then the governor had no choice. So when we got to the governor, we made the governor sit down with a little bit of tact, and we made sure that the governor called the senators and had a board committee meeting. Basically, is what that is, and we made them sit down and talk and realize that if you don't figure this out, we're gonna burn your shit down. And I'm not saying that that's what we would do, but that's how it used to play out. And now we don't do that. We just vote and cry and let it go on. But back then, 200 years ago, if you didn't do your job, there was a process, and they went through their process, and by the time they got to the president had to listen because they were going to burn everything down, or they had already started burning everything down. Typically with the courthouses, you start with the source of power, the courthouse. Again, I don't make these things up. It's in history. Why is the courthouse the first thing you gotta burn? Source of power. You can't have city council because typically city council and the courthouse is the same damn place. Or at least in the same dimension. Down the street. Now we vote. We're civilized. We're so civilized that we keep burning down countries overseas. We're so civilized that we apparently let Lahaina burn. We created acid rain in East Palestine, and we let the people in the Appalachian Mountains suffer during Hurricane Helene, and we cut them off. So apparently we can do a lot of other things than fix the right shit. And right now, President Trump is at 210. Kamala's at 112. 60 more votes, and he's president, people. 60 more votes, guys. 60 more votes. Woo! Special coverage is hard. I don't see how they do this shit on CNN. Now, if you want to ask me, Marcus, what is something that you appreciate that was done? If I had to say one thing that I do appreciate from the Biden and Trump presidency is the PACT Act. If anybody knows what the PACT Act is, the PACT Act is a policy geared for veterans to get their compensation if they're sick or ill or anything like that, harmed during their deployments. For people like me in my current situation, that's kind of a lifesaver. So I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm not benefiting from something. I will never do that. What I'm saying is there's a lot of good things that they could be doing, but they do a small amount of good and they do a whole lot of bad. The PACT Act is one of those things for veterans that may get some veterans some compensation and help homes, right? So I'm in that category as dealing with the PACT Act, and for my condition that's hopefully service connected. We're working on that now. It would help me. So yeah, I can thank Trump and Biden on the PACT Act. I can say, yeah, I benefited from that. I'm not against all policy. That's how I understand the healthcare thing. That's where I was coming from with that. Right? Like, I'm not just some fucking political Nazi out here acting like I'm just some gung-ho dude. I'm really not. I'm Air Force, guys. I'm not the tip of the spear. I'm like the big piece of wood. Like at the top, where if you hold it, the spear down, top up, like as a farmer, I'm the top of it. I'm like that nubby part at the top. That's the Air Force. We're support. I worked in the gym, guys. I'm not like some gung-ho, gun-running, special ops dude, man. I'm Air Force. I worked in the gym, and I worked in food service. I did do my field training, which is kind of laughable, saying field training in the Air Force. Sure. But I am military. Air Force, though. Corporate. I did learn some things about operational security, and I learned some things about tactics. little bit that they did teach, and it's, you know, some classes and courses you're allowed to take in the Air Force for fun. Training and exercise things you can do for fun like that. But I'm not that. But I understand defending my home and my family. So I understand that there has to be some type of, you know, tactics and defense to survive something like this. Because this can get ugly and it can go left really quickly. And I don't want it to go left because I like my privileges here in America. There's things that I do like. I do appreciate things in America. There's certain things I do like. All right. But there's certain things I really can't stand about our leadership. I think if they chose to do it the right way, America would be a better place and voting would matter. I wouldn't mind voting if I knew that they were actually doing their damn jobs, but that's not what that's happening. So I don't want to do this. I don't want to participate in the matrix. I don't. I participate in the matrix as much as I need to while keeping it out of my mouth and my eyes. We don't want that. So tonight, this is my comeback. All right. I wanted to sit here, relax. I didn't have a script tonight. I didn't come scripted. I brought a couple videos and stuff, but I didn't come scripted tonight. This is special coverage. We're talking about the election. We're talking about the deep state. We're talking about a whole lot of things that most people wouldn't be covering on their special coverage, right? I'm one of the few people up here who does special coverage as alternative media. Like, there's other people who do it, but I don't have the rapport yet, or I don't really try to come off as well spoken or articulated. No, I'm a normal dude. Maybe this grows and I get better, but to be honest, I'm just a normal dude who got a following last year, who got lucky and went viral, and I've been doing this ever since. The money's not really that great anymore. Facebook went to the TikTok payment method. It fucking sucks. I'm not gonna lie to you. The money's not great anymore in this. Saturated. I ain't gonna lie to you. Like, if you ain't got sponsorships or endorsements, it's difficult. You know, I could put campaign ads in my show, but I'm not that structured yet. I need a little bit more help. So that's just my thing. But I'm just a normal dude covering this shit. I like the deep state. I like history. I used to talk about history growing up. I used to be into politics. I used to be into law and business and all this stuff. So stuff like this, just my natural inkling to enjoy. Like, I've been watching elections since like 92, man. Like, I thought that's what you were supposed to do in America when we grew up. Like, with election time, I always tuned in and watched elections. So this is how I grew up learning politics. And I would pay attention in my civics classes because certain schools taught civics pretty early. And then, you know, I got a computer for the first time and I started learning more about politics. And then I learned something. They're absolutely not doing their job. But I kept going. I like history. So my show is it's a bag of cats. I like to admit that. My show's a bag of cats, and I'm not like politically correct. I'm not. I'm not gonna get on here like some of your big names and you know, get all intense and be like, my sources have told me. My sources are Telegram. uh, my sources are Telegram, the dark web, the deep web. There's levels of the internet. You got deep web, dark web, semi-dark web. I look around and everywhere. I don't turn away from the information that I see. I've seen horrible things on the dark web. The fucking world is horrible. I'm not gonna lie to you. The world sucks. The world is a horrible place. The dark web is related to all of this going on. Damn government created the dark web, people. Look, the things I've seen on the internet and the things I've seen in real life from humans will make you hate humans. But somewhere deep down inside of me, I still have a little hope in humans, and maybe that's my spirit being a spirit, and I still have a little hope in humans that we can get out of this shit. But watching this screen and looking at people wave those flags in these little rituals and games, and we're acting like they're really counting votes and doing the right thing. Y'all do know, like, they don't have to count these votes. Like, there's a whole automated system to do all of this, man. They don't have to do this shit. Like, they could do this clear, precise, and clean and know what was going on and what happened and who really got elected. They don't have to do all of this. This actually makes the process harder. It makes it causes, it leaves room for more error. The problem is you can hack the damn machines like CrowdStrike. So this whole thing, like I said, I at one point I grew up watching Believe in the Political System. I thought you were supposed to vote for the president, and then the president get up there and he makes sure all our lives are better. People, that is not what's happening. Go to work and see if your president at your job, if you ever get to see the damn president of your damn job, see what they're doing. That man don't know your name. You don't exist. If he does know your name, he really tried to. He tried before he got there to figure out who everyone was, and good for him. But for the most part, the dude over your company don't know you. You're a number on the book, just like we are a number on the book. That's why we got a social security number. So we're waiting on this final election. I'm gonna let it go through. We're gonna sit here until they finally fucking tell us that who won. It is going on 10 o'clock Central Standard Time right now. It's 9:54. All right, 9:54 Central Standard Time. We are 3 hours and 15 minutes into our special election coverage. I'm sorry I don't come off as CNN. I didn't have a panel. I could probably start doing a panel since that I'm back like that. I got some people that want to talk, so I could do a panel and we can go from there. And maybe I can set up a panel, and when we have these talks, we could do a special panel and stuff like that, and we can act like we care about what's going on. We say all these big words and allegations and opinions, and we can go from there. All right. Where's my face? There's my face. So this is what I'm gonna do. Let's find some commentary because I got to take a bathroom break. See if we can find somebody actually talking. Let's see. PBS is usually. Oh, I know who's covering it. Even better, C-SPAN. C-SPAN's always covering something, and they got commentary. So I'm gonna leave you guys a little bit of C-SPAN on the commentary. You're gonna get some better statistics, better conversation.
Ken Calvert, who is in Riverside, San Bernardino, right?
Right, and the steel race is really interesting. It's a race that got online pretty late in the game here. She's facing Derek Tran in a seat that has a huge Asian American population. And race and identity has become a real dividing line in that race. Derek Tran, who's from Vietnamese descent, has been not on air, but doing targeted mailers and outreach to all the different minority communities in that area, from the sizable Korean population to the sizable Vietnamese population. And it's been really effective, so much so that Michelle Steele, in a local news interview, went on to defend that she's actually, who's immigrated from Korea, is actually more representative of the Vietnamese people living in the district than Derek Tran. So it's one that a lot of multiculturalism is really playing into this this contest here. And in fact, it actually appeared on our 20 races of House races most likely to flip for the first time, because House Republicans are getting increasingly worried about her ability to hold on to that seat.
Kirk Beto, we appreciate, as always, your time and your analysis. Evan McMorris Santoro, what do you want to add to what Kirk had to say?
Amazing. I love everything Kirk says. He's great. No, but he's talking about this idea that we're seeing these national numbers, which we were talking about before, about the underperformance of Harris in places that they needed it. overperformance of Trump in places that some folks were not expecting, but that the Republicans needed it. These numbers seem to be sort of circling that direction, right? We're still waiting for all these results to come in, but it is not, the trends are not suggesting that the Democrats pulled off what was really, if you think about it, one of the more wild presidential attempts that have been made, right? You had an incumbent president who was very unpopular, who had that very rough debate in June, which we've never had before, then replaced very rapidly by a vice president who came in and had a very short campaign season. She sort of had to both sell herself, she had to introduce herself and sell herself, right? The night's not over yet. We don't know how that's going to end up, but the fact that that may not have been as successful as people in the Democratic Party were hoping, when you kind of unpack it and think about just what a wild ride it has been to get to this point, it's not that surprising that it has been pretty bumpy as well for the Democrats. I mean, this is people who had to sort of, they turned on their own president, they had to bring somebody else in, and right now, we're still seeing how it's going to play out, but as Kirk is talking about, there may be down ballot effects from the fact that this may have been a Hail Mary pass and just did not connect.
Greta Bronner, what do you have for us?
Let's go to the map at cspan.org/results and look at the so-called blue wall. That's Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. It's all faint red at this moment. So let's check in with on the latest results in those states, beginning with Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin, 57% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes at stake, and this is where the race stands at this point. The former president in the lead over the vice president. Moving on to Michigan. And again, here, Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris in this contest in Michigan, 15 electoral votes. Pennsylvania, the third brick in Democrats' blue wall, 19 electoral college votes, 67% of the vote in, and the former president is leading.
Next call is Chris in New York City. Chris, go ahead, please.
Hey, good evening. Thanks to everyone both on the camera and behind the camera. It takes a lot to put this kind of program together tonight.
Chris, what's on your mind? What did you want to talk about?
Yeah, so I voted for Vice President Kamala Harris in this election, and I think in many cases this wouldn't have been a difficult decision at all. I find myself considerably to the left of Vice President Harris on several issues, but as an American who has spent his whole life kind of waiting for the privilege to vote, the elections I've been exposed to have really kind of underscored just what a critical threat to everything America represents that Donald Trump has both promised to be, in some cases has attempted to be, and in other cases has followed through on those promises. I personally think that he kind of represents the sort of duplicitous, self-interested, wealthy individuals that most people hold a disdain for New Yorkers. So to see him kind of taking a lead, at least in some of these early battleground states tonight, it's a difficult situation to see kind of unfold again. I think.
Chris, what are the issues, if you say you're to the left of Kamala Harris, what are the issues of concern to you?
Yeah, I think personally, as we look at the recovery in our economy over the last few years, the Democrats didn't necessarily do a great job of owning this recovery because I think in many instances there's been underlying shifts to the left, and they don't want to necessarily alienate too many of their own voters. But at the same time, the recovery in this economy is one that's mostly for those who already had money before the downturn. You've heard several voters call in tonight talking about the effects of inflation, And that's a very real issue for many people. In New York, where I live, rent, as in many places, has gone up, and the prospect of homeownership has faded for so many more Americans coming into adulthood. On the matter of Israel, I think it's a question of to what extent should Americans be involved, and more people would prefer a greater level of involvement in some aspects, but I'm not really sure that the current administration has really made it clear just how involved America is in the Middle East today.
Chris, we appreciate your time. It is just after 11 o'clock here on the East Coast, and the West Coast polls have closed. Washington, Oregon, and California are just closing, and we have an update from Greta Bronner.
Yeah, races have been called in California. Let's begin there. The Associated Press, even polls just closing there, and Vice President Kamala Harris will pick up those 54 electoral votes. Moving on to the state of Idaho. This has also been called this evening for President Donald Trump, the former president there. Will win the state of Idaho. And then finally, Washington State, the Associated Press is declaring a winner there. 12 electoral votes. Vice President Kamala Harris will pick them up. We also want to give you an update from Patricia Murphy, who reports for the Atlanta Journal-Constitution. This is around 10:52 tonight. Breaking, she says, Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger predicts that Georgia will go for Donald Trump. Quote, if you look at who's leading the race right now, Donald J. Trump has an insurmountable lead with a number of votes outstanding. It looks like this is done, said the Secretary of State. Peter?
Dan is calling in from Bel Air, Maryland. He is a Trump supporter. Dan, please go ahead and tell us why you called in.
Can you hear me?
We're listening. Please go ahead.
I voted for Trump, and I voted for Trump because of Biden's policies. And I thought that inflation was bad under Biden, and I didn't get any financial aid for college under his college aid plan. And I could have used the extra cash from that to buy a new car, like a Hellcat or something, because I don't like my car currently.
We'll leave it there, Dan, and go on to Steve in Anaheim, California. Steve, what made you call in tonight, and what's this election season been like for you?
It's been a real headache, Peter. I'm just glad it's over. I thought I'd just call in and say hello to you and Greta. I got a question for your guest, by the way. Evan, or Kevin, I believe your name is.
Evan.
Evan, that's right. Evan mixed something. I can't pick a name, guy.
The K is silent. We're good.
Yeah, I know. I've just been a long day. But anyway, you've got 21 people that actually are the major donors to all these campaigns. So is anybody investigating actually, how these people are getting their money or where they're giving their money to? And are these the new oligarchs that we have to worry about in the future?
And we'll get an answer in just a minute, Steve. Steve, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear my connection here is spotty as well.
Okay. What do you do in Anaheim, and why has it been a long campaign season for you?
I'm actually retired, Peter. I've been retired for a while. I'm just living off of my investments. Everybody keeps saying that the rich don't pay their fair share, but I'm paying 33%, taxes. So, I don't know where they get off saying that we're not paying our fair share. You've got to make at least $500,000 in this country to live. Half of it goes to taxes and half it can go to investments. I really feel sorry for the younger generation because these two parties have really made a mess of the country. As far as who I voted for Bernie Sanders, so I can have a clear conscience for the next 4 years. January is when they're going to have to deal with the budget, and oh my God, that's going to be a mess because the Democrats have increased the amount of spending, which has brought more debt to it. Then we got the wars over in the Middle East, where they can give Israel almost $3 trillion, but they can't give black people reparations. So, yeah, I don't know. I've just been tired of listening to the ads, the attack ads, people running on, campaign promises, no solutions, and no clear vision. Sorry about that. Okay, bye.
No, thanks for calling in. It's good to hear from you. Thank you for calling in. Evan, we will come back to you for an answer from Steve after we talk to Greta.
Let's check in on the battleground states, beginning with Wisconsin. Want to show you and Evan and our viewers where we're at right now. 61% of the vote in, 10 electoral votes. And again, as we've been noting here, the former president in the lead in Wisconsin, as well as the other so-called blue wall states. Moving on to Michigan, it's the same thing there. As we noted, 28% of the vote in. Still a long way to go, as you and Evan have been talking about. More of the vote has to come in, but you can see where the state of the race is right now. Let's go to Pennsylvania and give you an update there. 19 electoral votes, 72% of the vote in, and the former president is in the lead. In North Carolina, in the Tar Heel states, 16 electoral votes at stake, 87% of the vote in, and Donald Trump also in the lead by a little bit less than 2 percentage points. And in Georgia, as we said, the Secretary of State told reporters that he believes that the former president will win the state of Georgia. 90% of the votes are in. We're almost there, just missing that 10%. And he is in the lead there by nearly 2 percentage points. Let's go to Arizona. And this is part of the Sun Belt swing states: Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, and Georgia. They were the Sun Belt swing states. 50% of the vote in, 11 electoral votes, and you can see 0.2 percentage points separates these two candidates. Peter, let's go to Bernie Moreno. He's coming out in Ohio, talking to supporters there. This is that Ohio Senate race, challenging Sherrod Brown. Let's listen in.
Today starts a new wave. We talked about wanting a red wave. I think what we have tonight is a red, white, and blue wave in this country. Because what we need in the United States of America is leaders in Washington, D.C. that actually put the interests of American citizens above all else. We're tired of being treated like second-class citizens in our own country. We're tired of leaders that think we're garbage. And we're tired of being treated like garbage. My opponent talked a lot about helping the working man. And I will agree with him on the need to help working Americans. But the difference is talk without action is nothing. So what we're going to do, thanks to now having a Republican majority, by the way, how about that, in the United States Senate, and Chuck Schumer, if you're watching, thanks for the help in the primary, but you're fired, buddy. This is a new dawn of Republican leadership. With President Trump and J.D. Vance in the White House, we are going to advance an agenda that is an American agenda. An agenda that says we are pro-immigration, but not pro-invasion. We're going to make certain that the people who come to this country are invited here like I was, like my family was, on our terms. We're going to make this country an energy-dominant nation so that my kids do not grow up in a country where we ever rely on a foreign nation for energy ever again. And we have that energy right here in Ohio. That means coal, that means natural gas, it means oil, and it means nuclear. And in terms of EV mandates, they need to be gone first thing in January. And we're going to make certain that we tell California, you don't get to dictate to the whole country what our emission standards are. We're going to dictate that at the federal level, and we're going to allow consumers to pick the kind of car they want. Look, the other piece that I want to talk about is what President Trump has brought to this country, which is peace and stability around the world. America will be a leader in the world, will always be a leader in the world. American leadership has made the planet safer, more prosperous, and more secure than at any point in human history. But it means that we ensure peace through strength. The weakness of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris is rejected, and I know that from whether it's in Jerusalem or Kiev or anywhere else on earth or Taiwan, they're cheering this election because they know American strength will ensure peace, peace around the world. And if you're a police officer in this country,
Hey, I'm back. Hey. I didn't mean to cut him off. I'm sure he wasn't talking about anything other than trying to rally the crowd up for whoever he's on the side of. I'm not sure who this gentleman is. Republican candidate. Oh, for Senate. Okay. Marino. Oh, that's what he looks like. So, yeah. All right, guys. We're getting to the tail end of this. Trump is at 214. Harris is at 179. All right. Now, that's not the only thing happening. You see the Senate majority is being voted and the House, too. So these always come in, 2s and 3s. As usual, what tends to happen is we get a Republican president, Democratic House, or a Republican Senate, vice versa. He finds some type of resistance. Even when, in the few instances that they've had an all-red House, they still haven't got anything accomplished. I like to mention that. But typically what happens is that the House takes their seats, the Senate will take their seats, and then they'll go from there. You get all the congressional seats also, because we had a lot of people down here in Mobile. Notable mention, Shamari Figures is running for a congressional seat for Alabama. Gentleman's from my high school. We all went to the same high school, came out maybe 2-3 years before me. His mother's Vivian Figures, third generation politician. Congratulations to him. I ain't going to go far into that, but he's a Democrat. He served as an aide on Obama's campaign, and pretty good reputation so far. Won't go too far into what he is as a politician because he hasn't been out there, so he may be a good one. The only time will tell. Now, as we get through this, 214 to 179, this is where in the last presidential race, Trump had a strong lead, and all of a sudden, Biden took the lead last moment as the polls were closed. Officially, Trump thought he had won it, and it came out that Biden had won it. All right, this is where the confusion came in with the election fraud and all this stuff, woo-de-woo, and it went from there. You can probably expect the same thing after this, and it's going to go on till January 6th. So we're going to see how this goes, because now they have some type of special committee for January 6th, I guess maintaining the security or the integrity of the inauguration or finalizing the election, because it takes a while to finalize an election, even though you could figure this out in 15 minutes of digital votes. Nonetheless, it's easy when you say it out loud. Like, it's one of those things, like, it should be easier than they make it out to be, but this is what we're handed right now, so this is the fate of the country, as everyone's making it out to be, as every election is the fate of the country. Trump's going to win this election, in my opinion. I had said this months ago, years ago. I pretty much assumed he was going to win this presidency just because of all the publicity that he's gotten and how he's the people's president. And he got shot in the ear, guys. Hey, there's always that. Saying Harris wins California and Washington, which was expected. Those are two heavy blue states. California was expected. Told you that. Washington, I'm not really shocked by that either. Seattle is a huge blue state. If you remember the protests and the riots, Seattle was part of that, and they've been one of the staunch people about defunding the police. I'm not for defunding the police. I understand the concept of defunding the police, but I'm not stupid. I know what defunding the police leads to. Defunding the police leads to private organizations policing us. And private organizations don't follow the same rules as civil organizations, and they barely follow the rules in those organizations. So, if we defund the police, what could possibly happen is that you could bring in a private unit or a private operation, like the private prison system, that's not monitored or no balancing checks or checks and balances, excuse me, and the private police section or sector would be abused because they don't follow the same rules. They're private. That's a thing. That's where defund the police is supposed to be going. That's why you shouldn't. I understand the concept of defund the police, but it's a slippery slope defunding them, and you get a private police force. I don't know. I don't know if you understand what private means, but let me explain what happened in the Middle East when you let a private company near war. All right. So typically, the military is the ones who get contracted to go handle business, and then they're bound by the Geneva Convention and a whole lot of other host treaty rules and regulations. Right. Right. Even though we know they don't follow them in war, we understand that there is still some governing body like the ICC, the UN, the Geneva Convention, if you really want to believe in these groups. Um, the idea is supposed to be a regulated conflict. Now, in war, you also get private security companies who have operators, like people who are former tip of the spear, get out of the military, go contract, because that's all they know, and they make $250,000 to $500,000 a year, just depending. If you know, dirty money, good money, whatever. In Iraq, Blackwater was a private practice or a private operation owned by Dick Cheney. Went in, did some shady shit, ended up getting their people tortured, hung, and set on fire. And that incident that you saw on the news before we set bombs to everywhere, that's what happened. It was the Blackwater operators being hung and tortured by the locals over there, which were dubbed as the Taliban or Al Qaeda. So with operators like that, though, they're not following the Geneva Convention. They actually don't have any rules to follow other than the policies of the job itself, and the policies are real vague. This is where the Chevron deference comes in. So the policies are so vague that you get an institutional breakdown and abuse of power. And when it comes to private entities like that in wartime situations or with general population, the rules get overlooked for the mission at hand, and sometimes the people leading these missions aren't exactly the brightest light bulbs in the fucking deck. So having a private police force take over a predominantly black neighborhood that they're not supposed to be in, it could go a bad situation. And I don't have to make it black. It could be a middle-class white neighborhood and you get a private practice in there. It can go left real fast because they don't go by the same rules as the cops. So defunding the police ain't exactly the best thing that you should do. It can lead to other issues like private entities, kind of like private prisons. And if you got a private police force with a private prison system that I'm sure they're probably funded by the same group, you could assume that slavery is going to pick up and get a new facelift. And it won't just be black people, as people say. It's always just black people going to jail. It's really not. It's white people and black people. Black people just seem to make up a disproportionate amount of it. Riddle me that. We're 20-30% of the population damn near, if not even that much allegedly, and we're 2/3 of the prison system allegedly. So think about that. Private practice, private prison system, private police. It's not a good idea. So these people out here that you're seeing get elected in Washington, or their votes coming out of there, understand that those are where these ideas are coming from, those little think tanks. And as we get through this, we see the Senate, see Senator Deb Fisher and Dan Osborne for Nebraska. Nebraska's gonna stay red. I don't really see Nebraska trying to go blue, but they're gonna probably stay red. Everything's gonna stay red because of what's going on. Everyone's behind Trump. Everyone's involved. And any way that this goes when Trump wins, we're going to sit here and watch it unfold. So it won't be the end of the world. It won't be what you think it is. It's going to be pretty scary eventually, sure. But it didn't matter if you voted red or blue, it's still going to be pretty bad. So we're waiting on this final count. Come on, final count. Election coverage is dry. I'm tired. I'm already done. I might stay out here. Everyone's gone to bed. I'm up here just waiting on the presidential election so I can get a speech in here. 10:22 Central Standard Time, guys. North Carolina, Trump is taking North Carolina, guys. It was originally blue early. They looked like they turned it and it went red. The late people came in. Republicans got off work, got their asses in there and voted, guys. Donald Trump is taking North Carolina. Not really. I thought it was going to go blue. It makes sense with like Raleigh and Charlotte. Charlotte is a huge Democratic city for the most part. Very strong black population there of not even poverty. Charlotte is a very well-off city. Charlotte has its rough areas, but it's a very well-off city, and typically they've been going Democratic too. Let's get to some commentary. So dry. Where's my mouse? Here we are.
Really align with, and then, with Kamala Harris, I know she wants to expand the ACA and expand certain benefits within Medicare, but, I don't think that's quite enough. I'm more of a supporter for a national health care where the federal government can dictate prices for all the diagnosis codes that are submitted by the physicians, and that's my 2 cents, and I couldn't really decide between the two, and didn't really want to pick one of the two poisons.
Ryan, what do you do in Laramie?
I work in tech. Work for a EHR company, electronic health record company out here. So I'm in the industry of healthcare.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your calling in. Evan McMorris Santoro, when Greta was going through the results a little bit earlier, the Senate results, they kind of mirrored what we're seeing in the presidential level. Dave McCormick ahead, eek, in Pennsylvania. Same with Mike Rogers in Michigan and Eric Hovde in Wisconsin. And where is the path to victory when we look at the individual counties? What's the path to victory for both the Democratic Senate candidates and Kamala Harris?
Well, as we mentioned, the AP has not called Georgia, as far as I know, but Brad Raffensperger came out and said he's going to call Georgia, right? So we don't know what the answer is there. If the Georgia is true and it's a Trump state, and North Carolina is a Trump state, as it's been called now, then Harris has really got to run that blue wall out. That's what she has to. It's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. She's got to get those three. And actually, as we've been talking throughout the night, and things have sort of become, I mentioned that narrowing path. I actually obtained an email just recently from O'Malley Dillon, the vice president's campaign manager.
Jen O'Malley Dillon.
Yeah, sent out to campaign team, the aides, throughout the campaign, and they're saying the same thing. They're saying that we've known all along the Sun Belt was going to be tough. Then Dr. Clinton from the Sun Belt said we know all along that our clearest path to 270 lies through the blue wall states. They say they feel good about what they're seeing. They talk about
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin.
That's correct. They say that in Pennsylvania, they don't have election day results from Philadelphia yet, but they feel like they did well in their turnout operation. Outside of Philadelphia, they have limited data, but they do believe that what they do have is tracking expectations. They're awaiting results and hoping for more time and waiting for things to come in. In Michigan, we both have talked about this. Wayne County, we're waiting for a big vote to come in. Hasn't come in yet. They're like, chill out. We're waiting to see what happens with that. Wisconsin, which is to me tonight as we're watching, the one I've been most intrigued by. They say there's a significant vote remaining in Dane and Milwaukee, and we're seeing signs of strong performance in those WOW counties that are those suburban counties. And we don't expect complete results from Wisconsin until tomorrow between 3 and 5 a.m. So, if Pennsylvania is gone by then, it doesn't really matter what Wisconsin is. If we're waiting, if she gets Pennsylvania, if Harris somehow, if Harris wins Pennsylvania, then we may wait for that 3 to 5 days to see what happens in Wisconsin. But that is what the Harris campaign is currently saying internally and releasing to reporters and talking about what they're doing.
Evan, is this presuming that Trump picks up Arizona and Nevada? Because, again, if Pennsylvania doesn't go to Trump, then Arizona and Nevada are must-haves, correct?
That's right. They have other options, but like I said, this email from Jen O'Malley Dillon says we continue to see data trickle in from the Sun Belt states, but we have known all along our clearest path is through the blue wall. So this is clearly a message to those of us who are watching these blue wall results come in to say, hey, chill out for a second. There's a lot to go on in Wisconsin still. We have, we feel good about what we did GOTV wise, get out the vote wise during the day today in Pennsylvania. We're waiting to see how those results come in. That's what they're saying right now with those states. But of course, we're waiting, for Nevada and other states to come in. But that's the state of things as of like 13 minutes ago from the Harris campaign. That's what it is.
Well, you mentioned Dane County. That's Madison, the home of the University of Wisconsin. 85% of the vote is in. 74% went to Kamala Harris at this point, but 85% of the vote is in. Pardon me, Milwaukee County. 54% of the vote is in, 66, 67% to Kamala Harris. So there's maybe a bigger load of votes in Milwaukee County than there is in Dane County.
Sure. I don't know if this is right. I'm telling you what the campaign is. I think it's unclear what, we don't really know. Obviously, we're waiting for votes to come in. This is that thing where this is what the campaign is saying to itself and speaking about to itself. But I think it speaks to that conversation we had earlier about this narrowing path.
Let's check in with Greta Brawner again.
Let's start with that Wisconsin Senate race that you guys were just talking about and see where it's at right now. Let's look at the percentage of the vote in first. 66% of the vote in, and the former president is leading. As you were talking about, Peter, if you go to the map of Wisconsin, there's a large percentage of the vote that still has to come in from Milwaukee and Madison, the email that Evan was just referring to. Peter, back to you.
I'm going to cut you off there because Sherrod Brown, Senator from Ohio, just stepped to the podium.
Tonight I'm sad, but I'm never giving up, and neither is Connie.
No way.
In the light of day, I know most of you are never giving up either. I'll close the same way I've closed pretty much every speech in my career fighting for Ohio, because the values I fight for have not changed. They will never change. On my lapel, I wear this pin, depicting a canary in her birdcage. You might have heard this before. It was given to me decades ago by a steel worker at a Workers' Memorial Day rally in Lorraine. You know the story. At the turn of the century, coal miners took the canary down in the mines with them to warn them of poisonous gas. The mine worker in those days knew he didn't have a union strong enough or a government that cared enough to look out for him. He was on his own. Over the last century and a half, we have done so much to change that. All of those fights required going up against powerful special interests. I think about the lesson that any union organizer knows. They don't just give you fair wages, safe workplaces, good benefits. They don't just give it to you. You go out and take it. That's how progress has always worked in this country. Wall Street and corporations just didn't say one day, people work so hard out there. We ought to have Social Security, and we ought to have an 8-hour day and time and a half and a ban on child labor. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got it. And the big insurance companies just didn't all of a sudden say, a lot of people are sick. We ought to provide seniors health care. No, we fought for it, we demanded it, and we got Medicare. And in the 1960s, a bunch of segregationist Southern senators didn't just decide one day, everybody ought to be able to vote in this country. No, we fought for it, we demanded, and we got voting rights. And then last year, politicians didn't all of a sudden say, you know, we really ought to stop interfering in women's personal health care decisions. Of course not. We fought for abortion rights in Ohio, we demanded it, and we got it. And all those fights, progress didn't happen on its own. We know there are so many fights still ahead. When I first came to the Senate, like all new senators, they gave me one of those really expensive, fancy pieces of jewelry. You could kind of walk around, I'm a senator, I'm a big deal. I wore it for a couple days, but it just didn't feel right, so I took it off and I put my canary pin back on. And I've worn that canary pin every day since. So tonight, nothing changes. I don't take off this pin. I'm not giving up on our fight for workers, and I know you won't either. Thank you. And that was Sherrod Brown in Ohio, conceding to Bernie Moreno, who is the new senator-elect, the Republican from Ohio, joining current Senator J.D. Vance, who is obviously the vice presidential nominee in Ohio. So those are the two new senators, or the new senator from Ohio. We are here live in Washington, D.C. on election night. We will be here all night and all morning, up until noon tomorrow, live, taking your calls, hearing your voices, giving you the results, analysis without spin, and of course, all of the candidate speeches as we go through the evening. 202 is the area code. If you would like to participate in our conversation this evening, 748-8920, if you're a supporter of Kamala Harris. If you support Donald Trump, 202-748-8921. All others, 202-748-8922. And if you want to send a text message talking about election night, the issues of concern to you, what you think of the candidates, what the process.
Sherrod Brown to hold that out. He's never been tested like this because his last two elections were in non-presidential years. So he knew it was going to be tough, but here we have Bernie Moreno. He came from behind. A lot of the polls for a while showed Sherrod Brown far ahead in that state, or at least ahead. But tonight, that has ended. And so it is becoming increasingly difficult to imagine that Democrats hold the Senate.
There you have it. Not that many thought they would, Rick, including yourself. What we saw in North Carolina is important. The first swing state to fall here in the presidential campaign. It's been called for Donald Trump. How do you extrapolate this news from Ohio, from North Carolina, where we might go in the next couple hours?
Yeah, when you look inside the numbers, you're seeing a lot of strength by Donald Trump and his base, right? So, these rural counties that the white working class, non-college educated voters that support Trump in higher and higher numbers every year have really come through to him. People criticize Donald Trump for claiming that he was just playing a campaign to fire up his base, and that's exactly what it looks like he's done, because some of these counties, these rural counties, are voting for Donald Trump in 70, 80%, where in 2020 they were maybe 50, 60%. So he's really definitely energized his base. He's made some inroads into the suburban areas, mostly with Hispanics and blacks. We don't really know a lot of details about age groupings right now, but I think it probably tracks the polling that we've been seeing.
Yeah.
So, and I think this has helped people like Bernie Moreno, where they can take and ride some of those rural coattails that Donald Trump has created.
This is another idea where ticket splitting just didn't happen. The Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson had a major scandal, the Republican. He has lost his race to the Democrat in this particular case. In North Carolina, that ticket splitting tells you what?
Yeah, I mean, it tells us that voters are willing to differentiate. And, you know, I think in the case of North Carolina with Mark Robinson, the scandals, you know, what had followed him was just too much for voters in North Carolina. He never had an edge in the polls there. And so I'm not particularly surprised by that. You know, for voters to, you know, just follow with him, it wouldn't make sense. But the state, you know, I think it's fair to say that this was a state that was not known as a swing state for a long time. The fact that Kamala Harris put it back into play after Joe Biden, you know, withdrew from the race was a big deal, but it just didn't come to fruition. Close, but she just couldn't get there.
No ticket splitting in North Carolina, but yes, in a little bit different scenario as we look across some other states here, potentially Arizona. Rick, this is your area of expertise in a state where you spent a lot of time working. Is this going to be the surprise of the night for Kamala Harris?
Yeah, it might be. It's a very close race right now. Everyone, I think, has been expecting Donald Trump to really dominate the state. So the fact that we're not seeing that in the early releases and the vote that's left seems to be more pro-Harris than pro-Trump. And yet, as you point out, one of the people who aren't benefiting from that, at least at this time of the night in the numbers we're reading, is Carrie Lake. She's way behind Ruben Gallego, who looks like he's on his way to picking up a Senate seat once held by what was an independent. So the reality is, I do think we're seeing a national election, right? I think most of these states, if not almost all of them, like Colorado, you know, if Donald Trump wins it, the senator's going to be a Republican, the governor's going to be a Republican. I mean, like, those things are happening across the country that we see, and it's only the minor exception where there's a turn. And in this case, in North Carolina, you were talking to Jeannie about, it's a flawed candidate who had a lot of problems personally. Arizona, a flawed candidate who prosecuted election denialism from her 2022 loss for the governorship and has made Carrie Lake a broken candidate. So, I mean, these are the exceptions. The rule is we're watching national elections. Used to say all politics is local. Now we say all politics is national.
Here we are. We still have a lot of Senate races yet to be called. Certainly the House, never mind the swing states and the blue wall. John, back to you.
Hey, Joe, thank you. I think we're settling in for the next couple of hours, potentially. Just waiting. 230 to 192, the current score. That's the tally where things are. 230 Trump, 192 to Harris. Charles, I noticed that at Harris Campaign HQ, the music was still up and still playing. Will it stay up in a few hours? And if so, what's the case for that? We still don't know Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. What's the case for the music to keep playing tonight?
Look, I think, again, it's a replay of 2020 if you're on the Democratic side, meaning at exactly this point 4 years ago, it looked like Trump was going to get reelected. And Biden came from behind. It took 4 days. Again, I agree. It's not going to take four days this time, but I think she wins Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. I think she is still in the fight.
But the margins you are seeing, Trump's strength, Hispanic community, down ballot, you're seeing exit polls, what's happening in places like Ohio. If you can't have Sherrod Brown keep his seat, he would have to keep his seat for split ticket voters. What does that mean for neighboring blue wall states?
Yeah, I think the only surprise to me tonight is that Sherrod lost his seat. I did think that he was going to hang on to that. Having said that, Ohio is a Republican state. So, you know, again, I wouldn't read too much across from Sherrod losing to Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Again, I think it's really premature. She's still very much in this fight.
So when do you think we can get all three of those tallies?
I think we'll know probably when we wake up tomorrow morning, or if we may not go to sleep tonight. I think we'll know probably by mid to late morning tomorrow on the presidential in those three. The House is going to take much longer. Tomorrow, we'll know the Senate tonight. Well, the Senate's already going Republican.
Tomorrow's about 20 minutes away, Charles. Charles Maz, Jay Filosky sticking with us. Coming up on the program, it's the race to 270. Election night 2024 continues.
season is here.
Third quarter earnings season, as we've been talking about, really in high gear.
Bloomberg is first to break the numbers.
We have some big earnings after the bell. Earnings from Caesars crossing the Bloomberg terminal. Mondelez reporting Reddit, AMD, Snap.
Let's keep the conversation going.
With the smartest insights.
The bar keeps getting higher. 20% growth rate, when your comps get tougher, how much can you beat and raise?
Continuing coverage on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
As we spend some time here on the broader presidential race.
Let's focus in on European politics.
Makes you wonder how politics might play out.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Live from New York City, it's election night 2024. And Katie Lyons, we have a new projection.
Yeah, the Associated Press, John, is calling Virginia and its 13 electoral votes for Kamala Harris. This isn't necessarily surprising, as Virginia was seen as a likely blue state, but it is one we know the Trump campaign had been eyeing, and perhaps the margin here is what is a bit surprising. Only 82% of the votes are in, but Kamala Harris only winning this state right now by less than 4 points. Keep in mind, in 2020, Joe Biden won Virginia by 10 points, so she is underperforming where he was 4 years ago. And it is clear at this hour, with Harris's 205 electoral votes now with the addition of Virginia and Donald Trump's 230, who gets to 270 could very well be decided in the Rust Belt, the blue wall states. And that is where we focus now. Wisconsin, of course, is one of them right now. 69% of the votes are in. Donald Trump is up by roughly 3 points, 50.9% to Harris's 47.6%. In Michigan, fewer votes are counted at this time, only 39%, but Donald Trump right now is leading by nearly 5 points, 51.5% to Harris's 46.8%. And in Pennsylvania, which is the biggest prize at this stage of the night, 19 electoral votes, Donald Trump is up by nearly 4 percentage points, with 81% of the votes counted. So there is still a path for Kamala Harris through the blue wall, but clearly this is going to be incredibly tight. Her path is narrower after the call of North Carolina for Donald Trump. That is the first battleground call we have gotten tonight. Virginia, of course, not necessarily a battleground, but still, when we were watching, it has been called for Harris. Again, 205 for Harris, 230 for Trump, John.
Katie, thank you. More from Katie in just a moment. AMH, that's tight.
It's tight. There is a path for Kamala Harris. We have to wait for 3 very important states to be called: Wisconsin, Michigan, and of course, the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, where there has been billions of dollars spent in advertising to try to get people to vote for you. But here's the problem. Kamala Harris right now is not outperforming where she should be, and Kayleigh nailed it. 2020, those margins on Virginia for Biden, Kamala Harris is just squeaking by with this Virginia win. It is not a blowout in Virginia where it should have been if she was going to be tracking 2020 Biden. Also, places like New Jersey, bad sign for her performance, especially among white voters.
Let's get to 2 of those states right now. Romaine Bostick is in Detroit. David Gura in Philadelphia. Romaine, to come to you. Just how tight are things right now?
Yeah, let me give you a little bit more context on that path to 270, particularly here through Michigan. Only about 40% of the votes are in right now, and while Trump is ahead, the 4 biggest counties here, Oakland, Macomb, Wayne, and Kent. Now, Macomb is already skewing towards Trump. That's a Republican stronghold, and there is no expectation that Harris would win that. However, she is expected to win Oakland County. She is expected to win Kent County. The precincts there, about 80% of the votes now in Oakland, about 60% in Kent. But I want to bring your attention to Wayne, because this is where the path, the potential path for her victory here is going to lie. Less than 20% of the votes in Wayne County have been tabulated. But Wayne County is the biggest county in the state of Michigan, about 1.8 million residents, so almost 20% of the state's population. They have not voted for a Republican presidential candidate going back to Herbert Hoover in 1928. So at least history right now and some of the numbers do appear to be on Harris's side. Jocelyn Benson, the Secretary of State for Michigan, she did address the media about an hour ago. And while she did kind of boast that she thought that Michigan would be the first of the 7 battleground states to actually call the election. We now know that's not going to be true. She did urge patience. There were some disruptions in some counties, including in Ottawa County, a humidity issue with the ballots there, as well as some issues with some of the electronic voting machines that were used for disabled people who needed them and couldn't use the paper ballots. They're going to have to sort through some of those. She just told the media just about 20 minutes ago here that she does expect to get results in hours, but of course, it's 11:48 p.m. here in Detroit, so hours could mean Wednesday morning.
Yep, sounds like it's going to be days. David, Kamala Harris, the campaign is also saying have patience. Does she have a path through Philadelphia?
She is betting it all on Philadelphia and its surrounding suburbs, and Kaylee laid that out so well, sort of what the suburbs around here are, where she could have a go of it yet. And we are waiting on the final press briefing from commissioners here in Philadelphia on an update on the election tonight. Then we're going to get more updates in the morning after folks continue to count through the evening. But it's incredibly tight, but there is still a way forward for her in this city, which tends to lean so heavily Democratic, and the suburbs around here, which have tended more Democratic in the past. Now, you mentioned a moment ago, Amber, I want to just pick up on this thread, how much money had been poured into this state on advertising and organization. This is something that the Harris campaign really trumpeted over these last many weeks. The quality of their ground game, the scale of that ground game in this state, just thinking back on what she had to say last night, what her surrogate said last night about the number of doors they'd knocked on just in the last week. I mean, more than 1 million doors. They felt very confident in that ground game. But when you look at the map tonight, where votes have been come in and where they've been counted, like it's mostly a red map with some expected blue in Pittsburgh, some blue in Erie County as well. Certainly blue where I'm standing now, but it seems like they were unable to change many minds in the center part of the state, in the rural part of this state. Now, I think there'll be a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking, and I don't want to say the game is over yet by any means here, but we know this is Joe Biden's home state, and one wonders what was lost when he stepped out of the race when it comes to Pennsylvania, where we see Democrats performing well in Scranton, in the county surrounding Scranton. Would it have been bigger had he remained the candidate? Who's to say? And if I could, I just want to say one other thing. Having just been in Wisconsin, I think it's a very similar story playing out there when you look at that vote. Here we're waiting on an update from the big metropolitan area where I'm standing. I think in Wisconsin, it's the same thing. We're going to be waiting a long while for that count from Milwaukee. And I think as Democrats, as the Harris campaign kind of games out what kind of likelihood they have of winning this thing, it's going to come down to Milwaukee, another big city, and it's going to be another few hours before we have any sense of where that's trending.
David, I don't want to get into the Monday morning quarterbacking either. You pointed to Joe Biden, but what about the beloved governor, Josh Shapiro, that could have been the name on the ticket alongside Kamala Harris?
It is a great point. He spoke last night at that rally as well to rapturous applause from those who had gathered, the 30,000 people who had gathered on that promenade behind me to see Kamala Harris last night. Look, a lot of people looked at what he was able to accomplish in his race just a couple of years ago, defeating a Republican challenger and becoming the governor here, and thought, why wouldn't the Harris campaign go with somebody who has that proven record of doing that? Like you, reluctant to Monday morning quarterback it yet, but I think that there were people who were obviously agitating for him to be the running mate early on, saw that as the thing by which she should have picked her running mate, and now they'll be speculating that could have made a difference here in Pennsylvania if, in fact, she doesn't win this state. And again, we'll find out here probably in the next few hours.
We can Wednesday morning quarterback it in about 10 minutes' time, gents. We'll catch up with you in a moment. Romain Bostic, David Gura, to the both of you. Thank you. Let's get you up to speed on some of the price action with more. Here's Danny Berger.
Hey, John, those Trump trades are still on. We are backing off the most extreme of them at the moment, but they are still very present. In the short end, 2-year yields higher by 8.5 basis points, about 13% for both your 10 and your 30-year. 4.4% is where we stand for your 10-year. One interesting thing to consider as it starts to become Wednesday, we're going to have $25 billion of a 30-year auction tomorrow. If these losses stick, what is that auction going to look like? Are buyers going to show up? Now, we're not at the point yet where the higher yields are doing anything to hurt the equity market. In fact, we are still looking at about a 3-year high for your Russell 2000. That's up just under 3%. Again, the most extreme of the rally has backed off, but it is still very present. An interesting feature, given that this is an equity market that had rallied into today. Some commentators, including Citi, pointed out how unusual that was. European stocks, I pointed this out before, they have changed in the past 2 hours. We are now selling off as Europe wakes up. You still have a little bit of that lift of risk on lift to it, so it's not an extreme sell-off, but it is still happening. Just want to end with you on currencies. It is the dollar strength across the board, both in currencies that are impacted by trade, like dollar mex, peso weaker by about 3% versus the dollar, and things that suffer when rate differentials widen. Dollar yen, clearly that's one of them. That's weaker by about 1.4% at 153. Again, as we move into the Asia trade, the conversation, John, is going to become, are some of these EM currencies, these Asia currencies, going to try to jawbone this and intervene in their markets?
Danny, appreciate it. Thank you. Europe just waking up to all of this. Waking up to all of it. The scores at the moment, 230 to Trump, 205 to Harris. And the news we're seeing, some of these margins just speaking to the difficulty of Harris getting this done.
And the strength of the former president performing better than he did in 2016 when he won the race and 2020 when he lost. Terry Haynes has been keenly focused on one county in Pennsylvania, Washington County. Terry writes in, 99% came in. Trump is about 2.5% over 2020 and 2016. This is showing bad signs for Kamala Harris in Pennsylvania and broadly the blue wall, which she must win to get to 270.
Charles, I've asked this 10 different ways this hour, so forgive me for the 11th. Are you ready to talk about a Trump presidency yet, or still too early?
Not yet, too early. But the story of this election is Trump has outperformed in rural districts and Harris has performed in line or below in urban. But I just have the latest update, by the way. Erie County, Harris is up 4 points. Chester up 10. Northampton up 5. She is still absolutely in this game and in this fight in Pennsylvania.
And Erie County is a county that dictates presidential elections. 2016, it went for Trump. 2020, it went for Biden.
She's up 4.
But if we are to see what also looks like potentially a Republican sweep, we are closer to Republican sweep than we are closer to Democratic sweep. What would that mean?
What would it mean in terms of
policy? How much Trump has in his ability to enact his plans he's talked about since actually basically June of 2015 when he entered politics?
Yeah, look, I mean, a Republican sweep in the short term would be the most equity market positive, and we're already seeing the markets discount not only a Trump win, but I think a red sweep. I would argue, though, looking out, medium term, it's actually the worst possible outcome for the markets because everything Trump wants to do, whether it's tariffs, which are inflationary, his immigration policies are inflationary, tax cuts will be expansionary and inflationary. At best next year, the Fed is higher for longer, if not raising rates, and the deficit goes up much faster. I think it's like literally the perfect negative storm for the U.S. equity market, looking beyond this initial euphoria.
This is a point that Adam Posen made on Bloomberg Surveillance a number of months ago. He said that in 2025, we'll be talking about the Federal Reserve perhaps hiking, not cutting.
Absolutely. And then you have to think about, what does Jay Powell say Thursday morning when he meets with the Fed? And basically, they're going to probably cut 25 basis points, but then you're going to have to price in all of this inflation from tariffs, tax cuts. What does it look like?
Cut 25 and run. Jay Pelosky, Charles Mars, sticking with us for another hour. Our coverage on election night 2024 continues.
Jumpstart your trading day on Bloomberg Open Interest.
2 hours of single stock stories that are driving the opening bell action.
We'll take you to Wall Street, Main Street, the C-suite, and beyond.
These are companies that are growing their market.
The great companies in the U.S. are the companies hitting the cutting edge. That's a different story.
Get the inside track on what's buzzing in markets.
With the players who are shaping the narrative.
If you have bad earnings reports, you're going to get punished.
They're not buying what the industry is selling. Join us on Bloomberg Open Interest. Weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
AI, how it has penetrated
penetrated pretty much all sectors, including music. AI can write music, compose music. How do you see AI changing the landscape in fashion?
Yeah, AI definitely helped. When I did the jewelry, I used the AI, helping me to give some idea, but ultimately you still have to do a lot with it. To just give you very superficial ideas, and but at the end you still have to customize and how to really make it and do that. I do not think that AI and the technology can replace the human mind at this moment.
Are you concerned one day we won't be able to differentiate designs by AI and designs by an actual designer?
I don't know. For me, I feel that when the designer doing is the spirit, is the heart that the computer don't have.
Hey guys, I'm gonna be honest with you. This shit's hella dry. I'm pretty sure Trump's winning the presidency tonight. Before I get off, I'm gonna say this. Whatever happens is coming regardless if it's red or blue. It doesn't really matter how you want to look at it. It's just two different plans, two sides of the same coin, two wings on the same bird. All right. No matter how you vote tonight or whatever you feel, don't get out here and think like it's gonna be complete pandemonium. That was all propaganda. They just wanted us to go do something stupid. Kudos if you didn't. Shame on you if you do. But to be honest, I'm going to sleep. It's dry, and I got a feel that Trump's going to win anyway. I'll watch it from my phone. Thank you for hanging out with me on my special coverage tonight. It was a long conversation. Got dry towards the end. Most years, they would have just elected the president by like 10 o'clock, but my assumption is that they want to take it late into the night, then switch it, and we wake up and Kamala Harris is the president, so America can wake up to some bullshit. All right, gonna be a hell of a Wednesday. Anywho, appreciate you guys hanging out with me tonight. You guys have a good one. I'll be back on either tomorrow or sometime this week to discuss the new presidency, the new topics, some videos. I'm sure everyone's going to be making content. I'll be making content more too. So back to making content. Hopefully we just balance out the health and we go from there. Hope you guys understand. I'm sure you do. Have a great night.